All right, so I just accidentally hit end stream when I left. So now you're back live. Back live.
Oh, you did. Oh, you wanted to let you. So we were ended for a couple minutes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Good job, Mickey.
Yeah. I was like, uh-oh, because I saw us down, like in stream in 3, 2, 1. And then it closed.
That's funny. Where's Pocket? Where's Pocket? Take care of this guy, would you?
I'm here, but I'll boot him now, yeah.
Don't tell on me.
I was here, I heard the noise, I turned around and I'm like, you just got it back on. I'm like,
yeah, I got him back up.
I'm over here dropping gems, okay? All right.
Enigmas. All right. I'll see you guys later. This time I won't hit in stream when I exit out.
Thank you. Oh, man, it's a gong show this morning. What you got, Miguel?
Nah, that's funny. I remember.
Where's Drez? I see him in chat. What's he doing?
He did that was on stage. That was hilarious.
That's one of those mornings, man. Where are you, Drez? You're in chat, but you can't. Didn't make it. You got the inspector.
Yeah, Drez is having a big daddy duty. I think one of his isn't a little sick.
Not feeling well. I got you.
Yeah.
All right, you know what I'm going to do, though? I'm going to go grab a cup of coffee. So,
all right, cool.
Chat him up.
Let me go to the dailyprofiler.com. Start doing some wargaming here, even though I gotta be honest with you, I don't know. I don't know if that's gonna make that much of a difference on a day like today, but because we are already in anomaly land. What will make a difference is staying to your risk and your system and staying disciplined and making sure you don't go off the rails just because price is going a little crazier this morning, right? Like stick true to what you know, when you back test it, and also take a look at how price, the volatility of price, so you know if today might be the day where you down risk, right? Based on the volatility alone. So just keep that in mind. Let me see. We had none broken for Asia. That's funny. I had a feeling that's what it was gonna end like, but none. Those days are crazy. London, we went long true, 100%. Well, that's stayed true to the daily profiler. We went long out of London at 4 in the morning, and we know that if we don't go full by 5:30, then most likely it's gonna be true. This is a 68% to be true over false. So that also happened. Let me see. Now we're just waiting on New York 1. Already started. And this is calling for a low and higher day. This is calling for
Real quick, Miguel, you needing to share your screen or not? Just asking.
You have access to changing that? You don't have to. I'm just calling. But if they want to see what I'm talking about, awesome.
Yeah, it'd be a good idea. There you go. There you go. Perfect.
So,
thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no problem. Right now, New York session is 50-50. It doesn't have any edge for the longs or the shorts. We have a 68% to be false though over true, 68.75, and then that could be, if we go false now, 8:30, we try to maybe not the whole move, but I could see us going to the P12 mid. I mean, not the mid, the previous P12 high, the P12 high, maybe balancing off of that. Could be the P12 mid, who knows? I doubt it though. But we've seen it before, like Karl says, those studies where we trade a good portion of the move, 50, sometimes even 80%, 90% of the move, and then it keeps going. So, yeah, we could 8:30. We have 15 minutes. We could definitely go down, make a New York one short, and then come and get this 68% false probability. That will give us a short false, which we drop 8:30 to 9:30, and then we continue higher for the rest of the day. That's all in line with the data, right? And right now, if we just, without putting anything for New York, we got yeah, it needs more data for sure, especially on a day like this. But saying we could put the high at market open, and then we could also put the low after market open. So it's it doesn't have any edge right now for, like, it's not leaning towards heavier towards one side or the other. That's pretty much what I'm trying to say. So be patient, stick to your systems, don't go off the rails. Just because we had a crazy candle, don't just magically start buying up. Oh, we're gonna have a crazy bullish day, I'm gonna start buying and buying and buying. Make sure if you are buying, it is within your risk, it is within your plan, it is within your business. Don't deviate from that.
Definitely size down. This is a size down day because of this 900 point candle, and I keep going back to it. The DOM is still not that healthy. It's starting to be, but there's still gaps. Meaning, if you market order in, and there happens to be a 5-6 point gap, and I've seen this all morning, you'll just rip right up to that 5 points, and you're all of a sudden your stop that you thought was maybe 15 points is now close to being in jeopardy, like within a millisecond. So just be careful and be mindful of that. Like price is whipping, size down at least.
Yeah. Man, am I glad I took some trades last night. Oh, let me I can show you guys that. Why not?
Yeah, I took trades last night too. I was actually cooking pretty good. My runners kept getting stopped, but I was doing the I'm sure you saw the video that Mickey posted, the false breakout move for 10.
No. I just, like I said, I woke up late.
Gotta watch that one. It's excellent. It's excellent. I started applying the same logic to the overnight and like kind of that study on it, and it actually works really, really nice. So
yeah, 2100. We opened with the gap, right? And I was thinking we were gonna fill the gap all the way up here to this is actually a key level as well. This is a 10-day median high, right? And I said, okay, we're probably gonna get there. So I just gotta wait for a little pullback, and then pullback came in around here, 19 something, close to 8 o'clock as well. And I said, I'm gonna take those swings here, and it was a big. I had 90 points to work with, pretty much. So from this guy over here, where we made the first swing, quote unquote, with the gap, my invalidation was here, 90 points, 92 something points. So I needed to. I had a lot of space to work with. So I started light. And I kept taking chunks of it. The lower it got, I kept jumping back in, and eventually I cut a very nice move to the upside with it. So it was clean. It was clean for my system, but in the chart, it doesn't look that clean. It's not a one shot, one kill type of thing. Let me see. Let me see if I can take a picture of it. I gotta log into my account.
And anyone pocket watching me on my TradeC account, I made 191 on one account. That was off of that short that I just took. Impulse candle, looking for half of that to get retaken. On this area here, off the 5 EMA, weekly 5 EMA that I did. And then the other account, I'm down 213. So basically flat between the two accounts, but the one that I'm up in, I'm close to passing that one. It's about $620 from passing. So.
Can't even zoom in, really, because TradeAway doesn't like zooming in when there's a giant candle in the upside. But here, this is good enough. Let's take a screenshot.
Here, I'll put them up, but I didn't know you had me on pocket. So
it's up here. So yeah, that was the trade last night. Yeah.
All right, go back to LDNS. Sorry. I cover up my I hide my profit and loss for me, so I don't do things. It's not because I don't want people to see. So.
Oh yeah, okay. Let me hide that as well. Hold on, people. Okay. Apply. All right. Oh, what did I do? Okay, so let me just take another picture, because this one is good. It's just weird here. Why is it fine in the other screen but not fine in this screen? That's crazy. Okay, whatever. Let me take a no picture. That's it.
Get it going, Austin Mick. You're about to fire up. Austin's in there. He's getting ready. He's chomping at the bit. I see him posting in the private chat.
Yeah, guys. So pretty much we had a swing yesterday with the gap. I was pretty sure we were gonna come up here and at least attempt to take this 10-day MDR. So every time we kept retesting the swings, I kept entering, covering the queen, getting stopped out, entering, covering the queen, getting stopped out. But eventually, I cut the move. Over here, it was pretty nice, and then I tried it again on this one, and honestly, I cut it too early. If I would have let this last one run, that would have been the home run. But that's all I had yesterday, as far as trading, and so I'm already nicely. I took that with multiple accounts, so I'm already nicely.
Bravo, well done.
Yes, sir. So again, and you can see it better here in trading view, right? We have the opening. We open with the gap. Created this swing structure right here. This is the wick, the 50% of the wick. So that was invalidation right there. It was 90. It was more than 90 points. So I was very quick to cover the queen if we kept dropping. The lower we kept dropping, so had to take it multiple times, but eventually kept getting cash flow in every time, which is pretty nice. But eventually cut the nice runner move.
And with that, I think we are ready to transition to the main stage. Austin,
sir.
Matt, Mickey. I don't know if Mickey's on, but Austin's ready to roll.
Yep. Again, sorry guys about this morning. Overslept. So see you guys next week.
All good. Appreciate you all coming by. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Like, subscribe. Join that boot camp, man. If you want to learn how to operate in a tough market like this with confidence, get in that boot camp and we'll teach you how to do it. Appreciate y'all. Let's go, Pocket. Take us out.
Did you find value in the Magic Hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
All right, if we break down here, guys, I'm short for the same cash flow targets. I appreciate you for being here.
I'm sure right now target hit. This is what we call a magic hour.
All right, I'm taking this.
The upside ahead, the momentum to the upside ahead, everything aligning, live pricing, historical data, right?
Right there.
Welcome, this is PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
PackTV, God-given, so I gotta make it happen, I'm on mission. Not like them, I'm different, that bag come with a pension. Talk about that business, shit like I'm hard all in the pain. Shining hard, don't need no chain. All this drip, it feel like rain. Everything on me, got it on my name. They don't got it like this, they don't talk it like this. I was built for this. That TV not like guns, take it away. Stop me, it's me. If you're doing this for the women, you're losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself. before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many miles out of throne. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie, told to choose a side.
All right, good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, buddy. So, collecting a new data sample of when I trade the best. And so far, it's only one data set. But my body likes to make decisions when I have COVID. Yeah. That's it.
Correlation when you have COVID. Got it.
Yep.
Copy trade Mick when he has COVID, guys. And today he has COVID.
I don't
Not
get it
financial
because
advice.
I don't ever get sick, right? But the only illness I always get repeatedly is COVID. My body likes three things. It loves poison ivy. Ticks love it. Like them blood-sucking ticks, they love them. They love my blood and COVID. Those are the three things that my body absolutely raves over. Because this is like my 5th or 7th time having COVID. It's the only time I ever get sick.
Yeah, I've had COVID in like a year and a half. It like just destroyed every sense of smell and taste. It was terrible. Coffee tasted absolutely like I literally forced drank coffee because that's how addicted I am. It was so bad.
On another front,
Good morning, everybody.
Congratulations to all the millennials out there. Right? Yet again, we have made it through another disaster. Right? We made it through, the financial crisis, even the dot-com bubble. We've made it through the Iraq and Afghanistan war. We've made it through, the financial crisis. We've made it through COVID. We've made it through everything. And yet one more thing we made it through, the Iran versus US war. So if you're a millennial, pat yourself on the back. You guys got this. If you haven't noticed, and look at the chart.
we also lived through a piece of history where instead of a crazy down move, we just probably witnessed a historical 5-minute candle of 3.5%. Almost 1,000 points. Dude, this has to be a world record. Like somebody in the audience, go look in the interwebs, go ask AI and put it in the chat. Is this like a record breaking, like within the smallest amount of time possible, an up move, not a down move, an up move? Like this is, especially in the pre-market. Yeah. Like that is insane of a pre-market NASDAQ move. And it's crazy. And I guess this leads into a really great introduction that just grinds Mickey and I's gears every single time something weird like this happens. And it's that everybody and their grandma on social media wants to make you and convince you that they were the ones that the reason they trade, the reason why their magical levels that are on their screen was the reason and the causation, because they called this 3.5 point. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in 2026. I'm sorry, and I'm ripping off the Band-Aid. If you are getting convinced by anybody that they have the ability, they have the edge, they have a strategy out there that is able to front run and predict what Trump is going to say, let alone any high impact news event, and they're going to be able to call a 3.5. Are we fucking retarded?
If you know, let me know. I will buy that PDF. I will buy that PDF every time. I don't know. It's a bad addiction I have.
I have seen 3 people on social media, bro. 3 people on X being like, yeah, dude, called this ahead of time. What are we talking about here? How in the absolute, what are we doing?
Maybe they didn't call. They might have had an entry. They might have said, hey, the wiggle in the tape or the price structure is forming for longs, right? Right? But to be able to sit here and say that every single Monday, when you see this price signature, that you're going to get a 3% move, that's not statistically correct. Now, there's a difference between, price getting overextended and hitting anomaly levels. Like, because I'm sure I can find a breaker or some kind of price pattern that would tell me to get long before the move happened. But from a distribution data standpoint, there's nothing out there that would say, where's your TP? Well, your majority of the time when that price hits, it goes 3%. That doesn't exist. So there's a difference between I was long and I just happened to catch a long, like I caught a long off the 05 box. 2 micros, 7 o'clock, right? But that, if I look at the data, it's never produced more than a 50 basis point move. And that's at the extreme. Majority of the time, it's like a 10 basis point move in the 7 o'clock hour. So with that being said, it's the difference between predicting a 3% move in a 5-minute candle and correlating that with some silly price pattern or signature and, riding with it if you're already in a trade. I don't understand, why people keep thinking that their price signatures are the reason these 3% moves are happening. That's absolutely falsified information.
Well, I mean, you guys can see my screen right here. Like, if you guys were new, and this is why I harp on this so much, guys. Does it really matter if you want to believe that your trading strategy is the next freaking Jim Simmons, go do it, right? Like there is have delusional confidence in what you do. But when you are educating people, if you're just some rando out there thinking that you are the market maker, do it. If you are educating people, I will call you out like nobody's business. You got ICT here saying, oh, watch what happened. I'm so sick of this dumb shit on X. And everybody here needs to hear this. He puts, wait until the next thing that happens. Watch this, or some vague, super vague sentence. And you have all of these just absolute get on your knees and open your mouth. Oh my God, look how right it is. Guys, I can make a tweet right now and put, watch this. And you know what's going to happen? Eventually, something's going to happen. And guess what I can do now? I can go and reference that tweet and say, look at this. Look at this, guys. I call it. I'm so just.
Everybody look at my screen real quick. Everybody look at my screen real quick. Well, we know that this is the 12-hour MFB MAE, right? We hit the bottom of this blue box to the tick in a high probable distribution time. Now, every single time, it's going to lead to this. Oh my gosh, we've got Enigma. And then in the 6 to 12, it bounced right off the MAE and bam, there you go. Like Enigma. Right here. You guys saw it first, right? Like we did it. You guys have been using this tool since you've been in the pack, right? You've had Enigma the whole time. See how ridiculous that sounds? When in reality, one time,
so goofy, bro.
One time out of the last year, the 1700 hour, one time only has made it 2%, and that's using 930 or 6 to 1800 has made it 2.68%. One time in the last year has this ever happened, and it didn't even go this high, right? 50% of the time it went to here, right? So, you know, like use some common sense when you listen to people.
Because again, I repeat this all the time. Does it matter? Does it truly matter? No. But when you teach somebody, because I'm hearing it, I'm not just making this up. This happens to me all the time. We get students saying, oh my Lord, like it's a breath of fresh air to think that the way that I'm trading isn't because the market is the way that it is. I'm just trading probabilities. When you teach somebody that when you want to change oil in a car, you put the oil in the receptacle that you put the oil in versus you put it in the gas tank, you put it in where the oil goes because that's how the car functions. Because I show you this is the way that the car moves because it's directly the causation for the way the engine gets lubricated, blah, blah, blah. If I teach you that this is the direct causation of the way the market is moving, if I tell you that when I'm going to this chart right here, the reason that we reacted off this 4 a.m. open is because, not correlated, because we move that way. The next time you lose a trade or a series of trades, when you go into drawdown, because everybody goes into drawdown, when you take these hits, that new trader is going to either give up or think there is something wrong with them because they can't make it make sense into their mind because there's hundreds of ways of executing. And then guess what that does to them? That sends them down the endless crazy loop of strategy hopping, losing money, losing mental capital, right? Investing so much time into chasing a ghost, chasing something that isn't a reality. And when you do that, you are directly responsible for wasting people's time and money. And that's why it pisses me off so much, is I see too many people spending way too much time, way too long months, years, trying to sit here and decode the market when they could have just been executing and learning from their executions and playing the probabilities. And they either would be at a net positive or way farther off than where they are now because they're still trying to learn that the magical enigma of how the market's moving. That is why I put so much pressure on this argument. And that's why I get so heated when I see people talking as if they were able to call a 3.5% move. Shut the fuck up.
So with that being said, this is a good time to transition into candle signs. So I'll leave the daily profile and then we can show you with data exactly. So what we're going to do is we're going to use the last 2 days, right? And we're going to see the probability of this move happening. So Thursday and Friday were red days, right? So let's go over here to our candle signs and put that they were red days, right? Red and red, right? So, right, and we took out the low, right? So today's probability that happened already had a 61% probability of being taken out. Well, we took that out. So let's figure out how far low we take out the low, right? So we can see right here that if this is Friday's low right here, yeah, it's okay to take it out. We do it all the time, right? But from a data standpoint, 30% of the time we reversed before 0.39. So let's come over here and draw our little boxes. 0.39 right here. All right, let's put a box there. And then 50% of the time when we do the same signature that happened on the daily chart, we went to at least 0.73 basis points, right? And this move's happened only 613 times in the past 20 years. All right, so right there, what was that again? That was 0.73. So let's set it right there. So we know that 50% of the time we moved at least that. Now, 30% will be the 70th percentile, which is located at 1.29%, meaning out of that 613 sample size of us doing the move that we did Thursday and Friday and expecting what today is going to be, 613, at least 70% of the time has reversed before hitting 1.29. And that is right here, right? So now that we have done that successful reversal, let's go see, based off of on the daily chart, these two price signatures on Thursday and Friday, right? How many times after that signature, which was 639, we took out the high in the same day, right? So we took out the low, we did that overnight. There's only been 15%, right? So when we took out the low, right, there's only been 15% of the time that we've taken out previous day high, right? And out of that previous day high, right, same thing. Your 30th percentile would be 0.15, your 50th percentile would be 0.26, and your 70th percentile would be 0.48. Right, so we can see that that's not a very common move whatsoever. We'll put this at we went to 0.41. Right, so we can see that we're stuck between 0.26, the median, and the 70th percentile, 0.48. So knowing that 70% of the times that we did take out that previous day high, reversed before hitting 0.48. All right, so now let's move on to our weekly. Right, we know that this blue line I'm on the 1 hour, over the last year has been hit 90% of the time in the last 56 weeks, right? And we know that actually it's not this blue line, but 50% above, 50 basis points above the blue line has been hit 90% of the time. So a weekly target could be right here, right? We have made a move 3.82% off that line in the last year. We've only done that 19% of the time. So 10 out of 52 weeks, right? So with that being said, let's start targeting to the upside. So weekly targets are going to be right where this 90% level is at 24,900 and a 1% move. Which is at 76%, would be located at 24,973, right? That's a decent range for the week, and you know, it is what it is. Now, we already talked about the 12 hour. We've hit it from the max extreme, meaning we've never moved this high in the last year whatsoever. All right. So now let's go to the daily profile. What we just did is we used open, high, low, close. This one will use session variables. All right, and the one thing, I don't care how anomaly the day is, I don't skip my wargaming, right? So looking at the last, based off of what Asia did and what London's done, right? We know that Asia was none unbroken, and London was long true. And now we can see, let's go to wargaming. There's only 4 possible scenarios that we can do right now because we haven't broken out of the 730, 830 range, either direction. We can go up, to come back down by 11:30, right? Or we can go up and not take out this low that 738.30 made, and then stay higher. We can come back down, but we just won't take this low out, right, by 11:30. Right? Or we can come down because we haven't broken out of this range yet. We can go down to go back up like that by 11:30, or we can go down to stay down, right? Which would be a short true. So now let's go see the probabilities of those, right? And this is all based off of what Asia and London did last night, just like candle science and all that was based off of, you know, what Thursday and Friday did. All right. So we can see that this would be the scenario right here that if we go long true, right? Now we know that this has only happened 13% of the time out of all the scenarios, all 4 scenarios. So this one would represent that a 3 to 3:30, 3 o'clock low a day. And so telling us if it only happens 13% of the time versus the long false, which happens majority of the time when we break out to the long side, this is an anomaly price signature. Well, we have anomaly news, so maybe this is it. Right, coming down here, this is the most common signature when we break out to the upside. We go up to come down, right? Oh, this is a more likely outcome, right? And that kind of sinks in with the candle signs, right? We can see right here that whenever this signature happens, we're already high of the day at 3.5%, right? Like right here tells us that there's been 2 days out of all the data, 2 days that has made it that high. All right, so probably not going to bet on one day, 2 days. You know, like I'm not that kind of better. I don't bet in anomalies. I like to build my business plans for the next 100 trades, not the one anomaly trade. All right, and I'm looking at the wrong thing anyway. So let's go to the high of the day, which has only happened 1% of the time, or 1 day, not even a percent, 0.20, right? So now let's go look at the other possible scenarios. We looked at this. Oh, I deleted everything. Uh-oh. Right, we looked at the long side. Now let's see the 2 signatures if we break out to the downside. All right, short pauses, right? So a short pause would make us have a low of the day. Well, I'm pretty sure we're not going to make a new low of the day. So like I'm throwing that out the table, period. I do think we could get a new high a day, right? If we break to the downside. And this does support that 3 o'clock low of the day with some data, right? From a high a day standpoint, same signature, right? Not even 20 basis points of 1% has made it to where we're at. We're obviously in anomaly land, right? So if we go short, right, we can see that out of the short false versus the short true, right? The short true only happened 19% of the time, and the short false happened 33% of the time. Right? The short true, right? Because one in an anomaly day might be a possibility. Now, do I think we're going to make a new low day? No, absolutely not. Right? Do I think we could possibly activate some of this high of the day data that's happening right here? Absolutely. Right? 710 high of the day for a short true. We can see that the actual mode, well, no, the mode is not. Right here, right, there's enough data in this pre-market to say, yeah, like if you got the high of the day between 6 and 810, like, and that establishes a high of the day and you break out to the downside and you fail to do a 4-step reversal, then like consider it a short true, right? Now from a historical standpoint, new low of the day from a price standpoint would be kind of ridiculous to expect, but it's a news driven day, so I can expect it. So now the next thing I want to look at is levels, right? What levels do we have below us? Well, we have previous day mid that we can anchor some probabilities on. We have settlement right here. So, right, to get back down to settlement, we have to have a 594.1% move, which is a 2.40% move. Well, we're overextended in every way possible, I'm not going to bet the house on this, but like maybe previous day mid and then settlement might be extreme targets, right? So cash flow target right here at previous day mid. And then we need to select that it happens after 8 o'clock, which we have the ability to do. So when you have extreme moves like this, you can put the probabilities based off the 8 o'clock to the 12 o'clock time frame. So let's go look at some of those probabilities right now. Right, so on a Monday, there's a high probability that gap gets filled. It's 72%. Right, that previous day mid between 8 and 11. Where is it? Right here. Actually, yeah, 8 and 11. If it's going to get hit, gets hit 50-50. So it's not that big of an edge. But if it does get hit, it gets hit between 9:30 and 10:15. So that could be a target to the downside. Right? So for me, right, like this is the same repeatable workflow process that I've done for 2.5 years now. Right? Do you see how piece on the chart that is? Like I don't need to flaunt because I got 1 day out of the last 20 years probability, right? I can make decisions around the same workflow every single day, whether it's a news event, whether it's a headlines news events, whether it's CPI, whether it's NFP Friday, I can manage risk around this, right? I don't need to sit there and chase things. Because at the end of the day, trading is about making decisions and managing your risk, right? It's not about capturing these home run days. If you did catch it along, like this is a home run day. If you think you can take this same exact trade over the next 100 trades, good on you, right? But I don't think that's realistic to my trading style, right? So I'm not going to base plans or ego or pride off of a 5-minute candle that moved 839 handles. And I definitely know that wasn't based off of a price pattern because I had the price pattern probabilities for all this, and let's pull them up. All right, copy. So that signature that would have happened, right? The maximum MFV that is 77%, 70th percentile is 1.11%, right? 1.11%. So a 3% move, meaning that like maybe it was a once in a lifetime move. Cool. If you got it, you got it. If you don't, then don't stress it because that is not what's trading about. Trading is about making decisions around the same setups every single day, not just on anomaly movements, right? So with that being said, the whole point of the story is this is an anomaly. When it goes to the data bank, it will be 1 day. This is 1 day out of thousands of days, doesn't equal shit, right? So when you go searching for your piece on the chart, make sure that you're doing it in a way that is setting you up for success, right? You don't have to replicate what I do. You don't have to replicate what Austin does. You don't have to replicate what anybody does, but what you have to do, because at the end of the day, nobody cares if you make money or you lose money. Nobody cares what you do other than you, your trading account, your wife, and your ex-wife. So don't fall for the shenanigans of, I mean, everybody knew that the war eventually would come to a ceasefire, right? Everybody knows that the NASDAQ moves up into the right. So eventually, when good news comes out, they want to buy it, right? Everybody knows that there's 3 types of pullbacks. You got quarterly lows, you got monthly slowdowns, and you got yearly changes. Well, we just took out quarterly lows, so this is a sign for this being a quarterly pullback. So we can continue up into the right, right? That's why we build the rule sets around, regardless of what the hell happens, I can make decisions around and I can manage risk around. So instead of like glorifying people, you know, there are some really great traders out here that don't trade statistics and they do a great job. But like, ask yourself, is it in a framework that I can do it every single day? And is it going to take so much time and money away from my family for me to achieve that? Because at the end of the day, it's not about being right or peacocking around saying you call it a 3% move. Nobody cares. You know who does care? Your family, right? Because you either lost enough money that now you can't take them on a family vacation, or you made enough money where you can take them on a family vacation. You lost enough time, because time in 40 years, you're all going to be dead or on your deathbed, right? How much time do you want to chase strategies, right? How much time do you want to just sit here and get sold bullshit to, right? Like, how much time are you willing to give back, right? Trading is supposed to give you more time, not suck the time out of your life, right? Like, so, you know, who cares about this move? The same game plan that I take every day, except for I will reduce risk because of this move. So I won't be taking extended targets or extended risk. I'm going to trade the 930 the same way, right? If we break to the upside, I'm going to be looking for shorts off the 930. I'll cover the queen if 930 gives me a long at 5 basis points, and I'll run it to 10 to 15 basis points higher. If we break to the downside after going long, I'll take shorts. I'll be targeting shorts, right? Covering the queen 10 basis points and then 15 to 20 to the downside. Same thing, if we break to the downside, I'll be targeting more longs percentages than short percentages. I'll shoot for cash flow targets and quick queen covers. If we break to the short, if 930 gives me sells, I'll cover 5 basis points and grab it for 15 basis points as a whole, right? Like, the thing is, like, you guys are, the trading is the only place in the industry that I've ever found that, I back that up, retail trading is the only place I've ever found where people lose common sense in any type of business structure. Now, this trading space isn't sitting here to call out gurus or critics or anything like that. We have plenty of people that trade all kinds of stuff. Drez trades ICT, Karl trades volume and bookmaps. We got people who trade support and resistance. We got people who trade auction theory. We got people who trade just pure structure, right? The biggest thing that we try to promote is put probabilities and realistic expectations on your trading. Because at the end of the day, as this class is seeing, that's going through, it's not about, you know, the strategy itself. It's about, you know, the strategy is a derivative of the byproduct of how you manage the risk, right? Anybody can do this as an ESPN broadcaster, but can you trade it over the next 100 freaking trades and be up on the year? Some can, some cannot, right? But at the end of the day, it comes down to you making a business plan and a contract with yourself to make decisions. So that's my spiel about it all, right? We're not here to shoot shots at anybody. Austin, back to you if you're ready.
Yes, sir. Did you guys like that strategic intervention with Mickey there? He said, "Oh no, Austin's on one. All right, guys, we're gonna be doing our analysis first."
While we weigh each other out. We gotta weigh each other out.
I had to do some woo saws. I did a few woo saws, a couple kumbayas, and we're good to go. I did the whole. No, we won't go there. I'm just. All right. All right, guys. Let's get into what I do. So every single Monday and Friday when we do our streams here, I like to just kind of build my chart as I go, so you guys see the whole process, see the whole workflow. So the first things first, on a Monday, I'm looking to see how are we forming this weekly and daily candle. Okay, how are we doing that? How are we forming this weekly, and does this daily candle have any influence for a key high or a key low to be created on the weekly? Are we getting above or below the weekly open, above or below the monthly open? Just how are we creating these OHLC candlesticks that we, as day traders, try to profit from? So, yep, Strat Key. He does know exactly when to step in. So for me, I want to see, okay, well, if I know, just like on the daily candle, what Mickey was showing you guys, we know that daily candle locks in major highs and lows of day. There's time periods that just have a high correlation, that when we make a high or when we make a low in this time period, sometimes we respect it. Okay. Now, if we look at that, we can fractally see the same phenomenon that we see with a daily candle. We can see that with the weekly candle. Okay. And we can see that if we go here, we have a low of week currently on a Monday, okay? Because we're in the first portion of the week, and then we're starting to form this high. So obviously we're only experiencing that first major daily candle that's creating that weekly candle. So then what do I resort to? I resort to where we at within the opening price of the week, and then where we at within the opening price of the month. You can see right here. This orange line right here is the monthly open, white line's the weekly open. And so if I can see that we're expanding off of the weekly open, I know this was a news candle, whatever, but hey, listen, we fall to the level of our systems, and my system tells me I don't care what news event's happening, I don't care what's going on. If we are forming a bullish weekly candle, does this daily candle give us a potential sign of continuing or reversing what we've done off the weekly open? That gets us down to the 5-minute time frame where we look at the daily candle. The daily candle, we can see that this is from just a typical highs and lows perspective. This is an in statistic low of day. We made an in stat low of day at 3:35. What does this mean? Within the 4 major times that we make a higher low of day, which is 1800 to 19, 3 to 4, 9:30 to 10:30, power hour, 15 to 16. Those 4 major time periods, as long as we have a high or low locked in from the overnight, I will mark that as an in statistic low of day. So right here, we can see this low at 3:30, at 3:25 is within the time for us to lock in that low a day. And then vice versa, we have a high. Let's get rid of that. We have a high currently at 7:10. And so at 7:10, we can say that I don't care. I don't care what news event. I don't care what's going on. That is not within the norm of a high a day. So we're going to call it an out of stat high a day. And then we're going to say, okay, well, within the daily candle, because we have this low of day down here and this high of day up here that is out of statistic, is there anything that can give us a signature? Is live price doing anything right now that could tell me that going into this market open, we could come back and make a new high? That's where we apply the daily profiler. So let's go add the daily profiler. Boom. And we can see that with where we're at within the New York 1, thankfully Trump, because we actually have a red telephone connected to Trump, and luckily he told us this morning that he wasn't going to do the news to mess up our New York 1 range, the 7:30 to 8:30. So we got that going for us today, because if he just delayed, if I didn't wake up early enough to let Trump know we're doing a PackTV today, he could have waited a little bit sooner to do that news, and then we would have had a huge New York 1, right? But luckily we have a really good New York 1 range, okay? So we can sit here and say, okay, if we have all of these bearish levels, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, we got opening price all the way down here. We got all these statistics down here that's showing me that regardless of what's going on in the day, regardless of what's going on in the market, blah, 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 we have probabilities that get hit more than they don't in the RTH session. And so if we do come to the downside, and this goes into my trade ideas, if we come here to the downside and take out New York 1 low, then now we will have a high probability combined with an out of statistic high of day. We will have a high probability of coming back to this high right here. We have a bullish level at 90.4, bullish level at 89.04%. So we have 2 high probabilities that stacked above here. In addition to, we don't typically form the high at 710. And so the foaming at the mouth, SpongeBob about to have a stroke type of trade that I would love to see today is if we come down, take this New York 1 low, open up 930 somewhere at or near the P12 high or anywhere around this area, this general area right here. We open up 930. I would be looking for extended cash flow longs to just continue this momentum to the upside with a new out of stat high of day. And then if we do anything to the downside, I am flat. I am flat until 945 at the worst, at the minimum. Why? because in addition to a day that's moved 3.5% in a 5-minute candle, we have the volatility like nobody. Like, look at this. We are making 30, 40-point candles. If I go down to the 1 minute, look at these 1 minute candles right here. And this is what's going to hurt so many people today. And please heed this warning. All right. We would say this in the Army all the time. It would behoove you to please listen to this.
Did you just say behoove?
I said behoove, bro. I think I got promoted like two ranks just now, just by saying that.
Dude, that's the most academic word that the Army uses. Everybody thinks they're so smart. Behoove.
Look at this. 100 points. 70 points, 32 points. Like, we are performing cash flow moves in single candles. So rule number one, regardless of what Mick and I say as far as trade ideas or any of this, we have to define risk. If we can't define risk, it's no trade. I don't care how beautiful the setup is. I don't care how expansive today could be or not be. If we can't define risk, if 930 makes it almost impossible to define risk, and then we're breaking to the downside and I still can't define risk, 945, if I can't, it is a single daily candle. And I'm here to be a trader for my entire life. So I'm going to have a lifetime of daily candles to take advantage of, not just today. And that's where a lot of you all, please, going into today with this insane move that we just had, with this insane volatility, this is the volatility we seen April of last year. And guess what? I've seen a lot of hurt people. Even me, I got a little cut up with the volatility that when we were going through tariffs and stuff like that with Trump. It's just a natural part of the trading journey, right? You're going to have high volatility moments, and you need to understand and use these times because they're so rare. They don't happen a lot. Because these high volatility environments, you need to use them to learn and to grow, not to just think that this is just like any other ordinary day and you should be putting on the same level of risk. Like, use a day like today, ladies and gentlemen, to make you a better trader. Okay, if today is if you typically do 5 to 6 micros or a mini or 2 or whatever, just look. Does this actually make sense with your risk profile today? Does it make sense to put even a single contract on, regardless of how you trade, if you can't define risk? And is that habit of you making this little, it's just one day, this day looks so good, is that habit going to pay you long term? Make peace with these decisions today before you actually make them. And that's what I'm telling you guys. That's my bottom line up front.
The way we do that is, like most people, right? They're breaking all the rules right here, right now. They said, like, this was my process, but this daily candle, I'm going to break my process. And they're going to do things that they didn't agree to. They didn't back test. You know why they didn't back test it? Because they never had to deal with a 3.5% move before market open, right? So it's more important for you to stick to your workflow, your process right now more than ever. And it's just as important to downgrade that risk, right? Like, you shouldn't be increasing your risk when the 1 minute candles is printing 50 handle candles. This should be your time to either not trade, be very cautious, or use minimum risk, right? Like, it's a good point on that, Austin.
Yeah, man.
I'm telling you guys, if you guys just do the same decision making, the same risk profile for 1 quarter, you're going to see peace. And that doesn't mean you're going to get rid of losses. You're going to go through consecutive losses. And it doesn't matter what you trade. I've seen plenty of ICT traders that do the same high time frame setup, and they are doing just fine because they manage their risk. And they do the same thing every time. They trade the same thing every time. I've seen auction theory, volume profile, right? Like, it's just like what we offer here that's a little bit different is we allow you to put that probability on that strategy, on that workflow, and we also teach you how to build a proper risk profile, which is doing the heavy lifting for that strategy, especially when it's going through a consecutive loss period. So don't fall for the shenanigans. Just like if you went down Fort Bragg Boulevard, there's a bunch of car sales people that are charging people 27% interest rate. Does it make sense to buy
one of them.
does it make sense to buy my car where they specifically target people? Twitter is no different. Does it make sense to take financial advice from a social media platform, or does it make sense for you to actually run the numbers yourself?
Listen,
Right?
Mickey, Kevin told me he had my best interests at heart, and he liked me. He said he even called me boss. He called me boss like 3 times. I was like 19 years old. You know how powerful I felt?
Yo, I bet you he was a retired sergeant major too.
Dude, I owned that Dodge Charger like a boss. Like a boss with a 23% interest rate. They made money on me like a boss.
Back in my day, it was the Camaros.
The Camaro, yeah.
Yep.
For me, it was if you didn't have a Dodge Charger or a Mustang, you either had some big pickup truck like a Denali or whatever. But if you
Yep.
didn't have that, if you wanted the cheap but still showing that you're a single soldier with money, you buy a Honda Civic Type R.
See, for us, it was the Dodge Neons way back in the day, or the Camaros, and everybody had an alien laptop, or not a laptop, an alien computer.
Oh yeah, the Elliot, yeah.
I remember I was a private and bought a $7,000 computer.
Oh my God.
That was like with interest, and it was like, dude, that was like half of my annual salary. It seems like it was not.
I remember when Alien was like super popular. Everybody, and it was I'm telling you, I think 90% of it was. I'm pretty sure they were like one of the first companies to go mainstream with just like putting RGB LED lights under the keyboard. What up, Maz King? Full port 15 minis and buy the wife a new kitchen, bro. Hey, these are the days that you can do that if you're right.
If you're wrong, you're going to the soup kitchen.
Yeah. If you're wrong, you got to sell your kitchen.
Yeah, Alienware. That's what it's called.
Oh man. Excited to see how the market moves today. I really am. I'm excited to honestly see if we do go long out of the gate and we go and make this high of day. So my 2 major trade scenarios, I don't know if I gave them or not. Scenario A, scenario number 1 is if we come and take this low first, I'll be looking for those extended cash flow longs. I'm really not looking for anything short. If we open up the market here, I am not trying to trade a true day with this insane volatility with a 3.5. I'm not. That's just, if I don't see it, I'm happy missing today. And then the other side of the coin, if we take previous day high, respecting the previous day mid, and we take New York 1 high, and we make an in-stat high day at 9:30, I'm short every day of the week just to these probabilities. So this would be cash flow only if we make a high of day and we leave these probabilities open. But if we just do this little number right here, where we keep on mean reverting, like slowly, just mean reverting these until 9:30, and then maybe we just magically go up, because I've seen that before, I'll be hands off short, and I'll let 9:45 tell me to get in long for the continuation. So that's what I see as far as trade ideas.
If you look at it though, like off of the New York 1 low, settlement is only 1% below us. We already overspent in New York 1. I'm curious too, man. Like, that's why I'm just shooting for cash flow for the 9:30.
Well, like, can you imagine if this is like one thing that I'm kind of terrified to see is, can you imagine this is the weekly wick of a bearish candle? Like, this would be,
oh gosh, yeah,
this would be an insane. We'd have a 5%. we'd have to have like a limit down day. You know what I mean? Like we would have to get into the limit down territory just to make a new instat low a day, weekly low. Like that's why I'm like, that's kind of crazy if we do sell off. I mean, it makes way more sense. But again, the market can be irrational, and I'm happy to be wrong. It just makes a lot more sense for this to eat at a bare minimum for today to be the continuation move. If I'm just sitting here, ESPN broadcasting versus a limit down 5 to 6% move just to retrace this whole thing.
The cool thing is like, I'm okay with like sitting on my hands during anomaly times like this. Like if you look at it from a weekly perspective, right? Majority of the MAEs have been put in by now, right? You still have these ones that you have to deal with from a weekly standpoint, right? But there's a good chance that either the highs in or the lows in, right? I mean, that's still stupid to say right now, but like from a data standpoint, this very well, one inside can be in right now. Now we do have probabilities still to the upside, so let's see if we can play those. And listen, like if anything, a piece from the charts for me has always been identifying anomaly versus normal, right? Because I'm not one of these dudes that likes to play in anomaly price action. I'm one of these dudes that likes to play in normal price action, right? So like I can sit back, not take one trade today and be just as happy, if not happier. Because I'll be the first one to say it. Like when volatility expands, I fumble the ball because I'm more risk and position, risk per trade oriented than I am how many handles can I grab out of the market oriented. Check your DMs. I sent you something. Make sure you read it. It's pretty cool.
My DM, let me see here.
It's under the pack bootcamp with pocket.
Must be a cool.
Don't read it out loud.
Oh, that makes me happy. Oh my.
They see through the bullshit. The real ones do.
And see, this is why, like, I really want you guys to understand something. I never want anybody to ever think that we demonize any way of trading, because we don't. Like, I honestly love it when people say, Austin, cool story, bro. Here's my payouts. I make money. Shut up. And I'll be like, okay, great, cool. But when people can literally, if you're trading support and resistance, if you're trading ICT, if you're trading statistics like the way we do, if you're trading volume profile, when you can stay convicted to the way that you're looking, but not have this dogmatic response to people that teach you, right? Like, I never want any of you to just sit here and blindly believe what I say. And I'm sure Mickey can resonate the same way. Like, we never want you all to have this dogma that the way we trade is some sort of religion, and everything that I say, just because I can show you guys that I can win some trades, and just because I can sit here and live stream, everything that I say is just, Matt, like, it's you just have to believe me. Like, I'm so glad that we have critical thinkers in this community that you can trade, let's say, ICT, but you're not going to sit here and just be a goofball.
The biggest thing that we try to promote is independent thinking.
Yeah.
Right? Because at the end of the day, like, you're the one that has to make the decision every time. You press the button and when not to press the button. So we don't need a bunch of same-like thinkers. We need you to think independently from everybody else, because you're the one putting your money at risk. Think of it like this. The minimum wage is like 15 or 17. I don't keep up with it. But every $15, let's say you work a minimum wage job and you're trading prop, like probably trading the cheapest version, so 50K prop, right? And a 50K prop for Apex is how much now?
It's like
they're usually
80,
the cheapest.
70, 80 bucks, depending on where you go.
Dude, that's like 3 to 4 hours of hard manual labor, right? Is it really worth not being an independent thinker? right? That's 4 hours per crop account that you have to work for somebody. That doesn't seem worth it to me. Like I would build my business plan to make that $80-something go as far as it can. And the only way you get to that, because we talk about it all the time, there's different levels of proficiency. The Furu, the educator, right? We will get you, I'm saying we because I'm one of them, we'll get you from unfamiliar to familiar. How you design your risk profile, how you do your testing, how you do, I'm going to make decisions like this, right? That will get you from familiar to proficient. But the only thing that gets you from proficient to mastery is not found on YouTube. It's not found in a course. It's actually found in you making live decisions with your money in a live market, in a market where you can't click replay, play, fast forward function. No, you have to do it in a live market. And you have to practice that kick over and over. Then you have to practice the kick with different types of risk. That's how you get there. Right? That's how you get to compounding.
I don't know. I kind of like Horizon's excuse for the reason he does things. He said, "You're claiming my brain dominates my own actions. I always thought my wife does."
That's true. For that.
Mr. H! He said, "I have to repeat that. Stupid ads made me miss 20 seconds. Listen, I can't control the ads, all right? Actually, I think there is a button you can, but I don't. It's just whatever YouTube does. Yeah, Bowie said it. What's up, Bowie? How did London do this morning, Bowie? Bowie said, "Random, you don't even have to trade anymore."
I know.
With that morning trade, dude, you're done for the year.
I know.
That's a year trade right there. Or at least a monthly trade.
It's a good trade. I hate to see that Bowie got stopped out of his runners. Because before this crazy news scandal, me and him both were targeting longs, and it was like,
Oh, he was looking for longs this morning?
Oh, he was in positions. He covered his queen on I believe, and collected cash flow. But then his runners got stopped. Because they were targeting Asia OU. And that would have easily got hit. Easily. I don't even know what Asia OU is now. Yeah, that would have easily got hit. Like in a second.
Well, we got dude. Did you say this when you were doing your analysis? We're also experiencing. We've been. If people want to say their models have called stuff, I guess we can go ahead and say, well, the Daily Profiler called this day as some sort of anomaly because we went none for Asia.
That's true.
We are none for Asia. So for those of you that's watching, the Asia range that we use to start building the conditional probabilities of what we use for the day, it's literally like, I think there's only like a 10 to 20%. It's stupid small of a probability that we're not even going to take one side. And actually, if you want a comparison, out of 4,624 days, if you just filter none out of Asia, you get 170. So what is that, Mickey? 170 divided by 4,500 days, you are looking at a 3.7% occurrence. So only three in the past 4,500 days, we have not taken the high or the low of Asia 3.7% of the time. That is insane.
Wow.
Oh, I just realized I wasn't. So for those of you here, I'll reiterate that again. I thought it was on my screen. This Asia range right here I'm highlighting over it right now. 70, well, what would be the flip side of that? 94. So 94% of the time in the past 4,500 days is the audio working. Can you guys hear me? Do an audio check. Spam yes in the chat if you can hear myself and Mick.
Yeah, you're working.
Somebody Ferrari, you might have the Ferrari, you might have it muted. So 94% of the time in the past 4,500 days, we have taken at least one side of this range by 2:30 a.m. So pretty crazy. Wait a minute. I didn't know you could do split screens.
Whoa, that's cool.
Can we do I didn't know you could do all this fun stuff. Hold up. I wish you could make us smaller and the screens bigger. Can we do that?
Yes, get rid of our faces. Dude, I got my dental quote for getting my teeth done. $11,000.
Gee, did you get new freaking veneers or something?
Getting all of it, dude.
Mickey's
Mickey's
doing ultra furu. He said, I'm getting payouts. I'm going to get one of those new dental implants.
Dude, I'm going to take it like selling rips. I want my teeth to be like his. Actually, I want it to be like 2005. Like, I want to get a diamond plated grill. I feel like people would trust me more. I think people would trust me more as a furu if I had a diamond plated grill. I'm just saying. Like, all these people are flexing Rolexes and Lambos, but not one of them has a grill. So I don't
like
believe
that.
them.
Like the Trump meme. Have you seen the Trump meme where he's like smiling and he has that diamond grill and diamond watch?
Yep.
All right, we haven't taken a side of New York yet. Isn't we fun? If it is, we might be sitting here just ranging all day in this 3.5% range we made. What did is Drez in here? Drez,
he's been in the hospital all night. His family's going through the same stuff I'm going through. One of his kids had like 105-degree fever.
Drez mentioned last week, I think it was, or a week before, Trump did some news. I think it was I forgot which one it was. I don't know. He said so many things, but it pumped like 1% or 2%. And Drez was keying off that candle as like a bonus NFP candle, essentially. And so now it's like we have a 3.5% range here that we're probably going to be basing a lot of decisions around.
All right, 9:30's open. Damn. They're moving.
Let's see, how big are we talking? Oh, man. Look at this.
Yep.
36 basis points, 9:30.
Already.
That's what I mean. You figured. I mean, bro, we're watching 30, 40 handle, 1 minute candles. We're probably going to get an 80 to 100 handle 9:30.
So, like I'm long at the 25. My stop is right below, right, the 9:30, right, saying that this is going to make a new high a day.
Heck yeah.
There you go.
Rocking the Ninja Trader. I like it.
Dude, this platform has been so hard. All right, so my cover the queen of 2 micros is going to be at 498. Let me take off 1 at 498. Because no matter what the volatility is, and taking 1 off, so queen is covered. Right, and now if it stops me out, oh well.
Heck yeah, dude. Good freaking trade.
Maybe. I don't know. Like, I just know that this, from a statistical standpoint, you've seen it as much as I have. When volatility expands, and one thing to be true might not be the prices, but the time sure as hell is. Time statistics last through all types of volatility markets.
Yeah, we got that high today, that 714 high. I think that's a big target if we get above this 930.
Yeah.
I think that could be your home run trade if we get it.
With
Even with one
easily-
micro, dude, that's like $200 to $300.
One micro, queen's already covered.
Yeah, it's a 242-point move on one micro. That's dude, that's $465. Yeah.
I'm saying, like, that's how you. I'm telling you, most people get their aha moments when they learn how to cover their wrist. Right, covering the queen and shooting for cash flow is like one of the unspoken edges in the market. Nobody's talking about it. And guess what? That was just a bet, right? Like, it could still go either way, right? I don't have that much conviction on this long. I don't care. I do know that this could not take out the 8 o'clock opening price, right? So probability flag is still up, right? With same stuff that we talked about, the 3-hour probability flags up here, the high of the day is up here, the 1-hour probability flags up here, all the probability is still alive for a new high of day, right? This moved down. If it was really weak, it would have at least been able to take out 8 o'clock's opening price, but it couldn't. It started reversing right there on the spot. So I took a 2 micro bet because all the probabilities are still stacked higher, covered my queen instantly, right? So now it's a risk-free trade, and now I could give 2 shits if I'm right or wrong. That's what trading is like. And this is nothing new that I don't spend. If you just came through the boot camp, how many times did we go through, where's your hour probability? Where's your 3-hour probability? What's the conviction? What's the invalidation? Oh, the opening price. It's the same thing. All right, I'll let you do the talking because, dude, that's pretty cool.
Oh,
That's
you
pretty
can't,
good
hear,
layout.
you can't hear me when I turn off, can you?
No.
Dang. I was going to see if I could turn our face cam portion off and we still see the split screen of the charts.
We need to do some research on like better streaming, right? Because I feel like it shouldn't be that hard to have two streams.
Yeah. Well, at least I wish they had like voice recognition, right? Where like if I start talking, it would just switch over and then vice versa for you. Which I guess if we're both talking, then that would be kind of chaos as I'm saying that. Yeah, that's probably a bad idea.
Yeah.
Just constantly be switching.
We should just we should code up our own Restreamio.
Shoot, we can now, yeah. Might as well.
If Cody's
we got to
going
wait for next year. I paid for the annual plan, so we got like a whole nother 7 months. We got to milk it.
Yep. All right, new 5-minute candle. Let's see which side we break out. Let's see which gunship will lead us with the 9:30 break. Gunship, you're our only hope.
I just thought of like an advertisement. It's like Star Wars where it's Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan, you're our only hope. It's his gunship, you're our only hope.
Ooh, YM's. Let's check out YM. Why am I trading that? YM's below the 10 basis points. It looks like ES is below its 10 basis points. Yep. ES, let's see what ES is. Yep, ES is below. NQ's a strength leader. Well, you guys know that my philosophy on things. I don't like shorting a market where NQ's leading it.
Yeah, and I'm just I guess tell y'all just for the off chance we do break to the down. Well, not off chance. If by the chance we do break to the downside, I am not looking for this short. If we break short, I want 945 because number one, I don't have any false statistic in my favor. The only thing I have in my favor for any sort of down move, especially the fact that we have this in-stat low of day at 3, I'm not trading against that. I want live price to for sure confirm to me that we are going to have some sort of motivation to maybe retest the P12 high if we break below. But
yeah, when it's
an arbitrary break, I'm not taking it.
So good exercise for you guys, always. Just go to the daily chart. All right? You know the statistical high days, lows of days. Do you think this is going to be a green candle on the daily or red? Sync your trades with that idea. Did we make it in-stat low day? We sure did. Do we have an out-of-stat high day? We sure do. Do I think it's going to be a green candle or a red candle? Well, pretty much, I don't give a fuck about how price moved. It looks like a green candle to me, so I'm going to take longs only. That's simple stuff that you just can practice right here, right now, that make your trading 20,000 times proficient. See, what they want you to see is they want you to think that you need to take every wiggle, every buy, every sell every buy every sell. Like, that's not trading consistently, and that leads to panic attacks and bad decision making and not being able to maintain your risk, right? So simple things win.
Wait to see how we break out here. I'm also being very focused right now because I'm really trying to see if even 2 micros is doable for this.
No. Yeah, actually it is. Looks like it might be. Oh, no, because I'm measuring it as a breakout of the 930. So yeah.
All right, I'm taking this. Stop below 25%. I can only do 2 micros here. So I'm going to do 1 micro off at 12 basis points off this break. And then if we can get this 12 basis points, then I'll kind of reassess and see, do we actually continue off this? Because the one major danger we have here is just the fact that we've moved so much from that news. Ranging is a very big possibility.
Yeah, I was
so
about
I just
to
want
say,
to see.
this would be high potential. We stay 10 basis points to 10 basis point kind of day, you know? Like,
yeah. Yeah, I just want to see, can we do this? And if we can get this 12 basis points, I only have enough, like, I'm only going to put maybe 2 micros times 2. Like, if we can't even get 10 basis points off this, I'm going to call it until 10 o'clock to 11. But I want to see, can we actually commit this cash flow portion, which is this green box right here you guys see? Can we commit just this high strike rate portion off 930? If we can't even get that, because this is around an 80% strike rate, you can see right here, kind of right above my sell limit. I don't want to move it in case we get tapped. But right there, it's 88.8%. In the past 75 days, we've moved at a minimum this 12 basis points. So I want to now see, can we actually fulfill that, or are we going to range so aggressively that we can't even attribute to an 88% probability? And if we can't maintain even an 88% probability price movement, then that's my sign of, you know, my edge is not here in terms of even just being able to cover the queen. Just call it.
Yep. Good trading today, Andrew. Trades don't lie.
Heck yeah, bro. Yep, so there was a rejection off the 10 basis points.
Yep.
If we get a close below this 50% level, I can maintain risk a lot cheaper here, and I'll just close the trade out. If we just reject this as well, so like candle closes instead of just wicks, because sometimes you can just get wicked out of a position just because you put your stop somewhere. I like candle closes because they tell me, okay, if we're actually going to commit to this area, we are accepting at this time above or below.
You know, for having like a 900 billion move before it's 7 o'clock and one at 650, right? This isn't that extreme of a market open. This is actually pretty normal. Yeah, the 930 range is a little bit bigger. It's in the extreme range, but it's not. Doesn't match what happened pre-market. That's because everybody got margin called and they're filling the orders. All right, you cash. Your queen get covered?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now we're both in risk-free trades. Let's go.
So I'm gonna do this little very scary delete my stop loss for 5 seconds while I change, because TradingView has this great feature in 2026 to where you can't just change how many contracts your stop loss is. You got to actually close it out. So that way, if Trump in the matter of 5 seconds were to say something, I'm just holding a massive trade and drawdown.
Listen, if that happens, I will laugh. And I'll buy you a new prop account.
Dude, it scares me every single time. Like that 3 to 5 seconds where I don't have a stop on, I'm just like freaking out. But yeah, so at this point, guys, I'm now either the runner's going to get stopped and it's going to most likely be a range day where we're rejecting these cash flow high strike rate moves off 930. We got 2 minutes till 9:45. 9:45 makes it a little bit more confirmed for us. We use 9:45 because it's a major time of either a reversal or continuation from 930. And so if I take that high and the low of 9:45, just like I do with 930, and we're accepting above it, well, now that's telling me we're continuing and agreeing in the breakout that we're doing of 930. But if we get below it, well, that's vice versa. That's telling me, okay, well, maybe we're just going to suck back into 930, do whatever. Now, one other statistic that I'm really trying to capture here when we do these runners, when we do have like a runner on from 930, is what we call the 3-hour line or apex. And so I'm thinking in the back of my mind, I'm thinking like, just like we would play chess, I'm trying to think the 2 to 3 steps ahead of what my opponent's doing, in this case, the market. So if I'm on the right side of the trade, then statistically, we're going to take at least one side of 9 o'clock, right? We got the 9 o'clock high, and then we got the 9 o'clock low, which is 930. So statistically, we only really take one side of 9 o'clock, and only on the range days and the anomaly days do we take both sides. So now another reason I like that 9:45 and also the 10 a.m. We call it the Sam Jackson box. But
it's 9:45 right now.
And there we go. Yeah. So you guys are going to maybe see this in real time. We'll see. So when this 9:45 range is done, we got 30 seconds left on this candle. We'll be able to see, are we going to get above 9:45 to where then we only have 15 minutes left for 10 o'clock to maybe set us up to take the high? And so I'm thinking in sequences. If we make this 9:45 and get above it, the closer we can get to this high by 10 a.m., the odds are dramatically shifting to where we just have to have normal volatility to come in to take this high. And then statistically, if we take this 9 a.m. high, well, then we're most likely not taking this low most of the time. Can we still do it today? Absolutely. But most of the time, the probabilities are we won't.
Tell me, what if this is one of the days that we don't do it, right? What causes us not to blow our accounts $1 billion when those days happen?
This button right up here, Mickey. You see this button? This is the button every prop firm and broker hates.
The reverse button.
Click the quit app. No, they love that button. They love the reverse button.
Yeah. Well, what I was getting at is like we've built position sizes. Like, why did Mickey only take 2 micros and Austin only take 2 micros? Well, we've seen the size of the 930 range. We measured the data, and we also synced in this strategy, the number of consecutive losses, along with the max drawdown this strategy goes through. is directly correlated with how much we position size. So on the worst case scenarios, and we're portfolio cycling. So on the worst case scenarios, right? Let's say we do get that consecutive loss period, going through a max drawdown, we're position size where we don't bust, right? And we had a great class at 5:30 this morning about portfolio cycling. And I think people overthink the word portfolio cycling, but if you're an investor or an actual trader of a live account, it's no different than portfolio diversification, but for prop firms, right? So we showed Austin and Cody did a great job teaching the importance of portfolio cycling and using data and math to smooth out that equity curve when you do go through a consecutive loss period. So make sure you watch it if you're part of the boot camp and you missed the class this morning or in the Pack Trade group.
Yeah, I like talking about that stuff. It's fun. Get a little nerdy with it.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see us commit out this 10 basis points. We're still rejecting 10 basis points, so I'm not super confident in this runner until we get above there. And let's talk about that too while we're sitting here. This is why another part of my argument of thinking that if you trade a way that you swear up and down the market's supposed to move that way, do you know how freaked out I would be right now if we're not, like, statistically, we should already be above the 10 basis points by this time. Statistically, notice the words that I'm using. Not we should, not price should be this way. It's just statistically we are. If I thought that the market mechanics and the way this market moves in prints, it was supposed to be at a certain level by this point, and it's not, I'd be freaking out. It would affect my decision making, and anybody that tells you they wouldn't would be lying.
Hey, keep talking about that. You're moving the market. keep telling it what it statistically should be doing. It's listening. Now we're above 10 basis points. Now we're above 10 basis points off that 945 candle. Dude, you are mad typing.
Oh, you can hear that?
Yeah, you're like Justun. His keyboard comes across really violent.
This is one of those mechanical keyboards, so you hear everything.
Good trade, Amir.
What up, Amir? Rack that gun. Hold on. Sadly, I couldn't, dude. I spent 40 minutes this morning trying to get my stupid freaking camera. Listen, anybody that's watching this, I don't understand how these streamers actually focus on trading. The amount of technical variabilities that come with just streaming is so annoying. Like, I spent 40 minutes that I should have been preparing for the actual trading. I spent 40 minutes just trying to get this stupid camera to connect to my computer. For some reason, couldn't get it to connect. But I wish I could get it, and then we could simulate it. But here, this is the next best thing. Y'all ready? We're going to do some ASMR. This is what's going to scare the market makers. This is the secret sauce. Ready? 3, 2. Did it do it? Oh, shit. Oh, no, other way. Nope. No.
It worked for Bowie this morning.
No. Come on. Yeah, see, it doesn't work.
See, he used drill bullets. That's why it worked for Bowie.
Bowie can't do it. He lives in a communist country.
I told him that. I said, Germany doesn't really have guns. That's why you guys keep losing world wars to us. He didn't appreciate that.
No. He lives in he's Dutch. He lives in the
Oh,
Netherlands.
oh, that's even worse. I mean, it's a great country, but they are not known for their guns.
I want to go to Sweden, bro. That's where I want to live. I want to go to Sweden where everybody's kind and happy. Everything's healthy. The food isn't contaminated. Do we have any Swedens in here?
You do
Sweden?
have one. One of the main devs is Sweden.
Oh, is he? I didn't know that.
Yeah, he lives there. He's always sending me pictures. He's like, I'm done with this. I'm walking. And then it's like, he'll take a picture and it's like, am I supposed to think you're suffering right now? Because this looks amazing.
All right. So we're accepting above this 945, guys. So it's just, you guys are kind of seeing this in real time. The closer we get to opening up 10 a.m., just think about this common sense. You don't need a math degree to understand this part. Which one's closer? The closer we get to 10 o'clock, because the statistic is most of the time we only take one side of 9 o'clock, no matter if we apex or a 3-hour line. So the closer we come to opening up the 10 a.m., right? Right now we're 47 points, 44 points away from the 9 o'clock high versus, 168. So as we keep accepting above 945 and 930 in this 10 basis points, that's what's giving me conviction. And this right here, guys, this is what gives you peace on the charts. I don't have to overmanage this trade. I don't have to close out early due to seeing green on my chart. I don't have to move stops to break even. I don't have to do none of that. I have peace on the charts that this way of trading, looking at it from an objective lens, that statistically this high is going to get hit. Statistically, not only is this high going to get hit, but it's within the budget of this 930 breakout within the median to average. So now I can see and actually put a current market condition measurement to it. I'm not just saying arbitrarily a historical statistic of XYZ is going to happen, but then I'm applying it with live price in the current market condition. The current market condition in the past 75 days, when we finally do get away from 930, we can see at median, this is the 50th percentile right here, we moved 38 basis points. In the current market, in the past 75 days, we have moved 38 basis points at median. And so then you ask yourself, well then, what would live price have to do to just give us a median to average price movement? A clear expansion off of the 930. If we just do the high strike rate portion, if we just come in here inside this little green box here and then we come back and suck back into 930, that is live price aligning with statistics that maybe we range. Maybe we just distribute both sides of 930 and do these high strike rate portions. But then I also know that I'm doing this for the next 100 trades, right? I'm not doing this to win this singular trade. Remember what we talked about all the way back here, guys. This is where you all get caught up when price actually starts punching you in the mouth a little bit. You build a plan here, and then when the market gives you scary little candles that go against you or put you in drawdown or whatever, or you get stopped out, you pivot. You just immediately are just like, okay, now what do I do? Now I need to make back that loss, and then we get back in sync with the edge, or I need to force this trade now. Or no, this is a part of your plan, and the habits that you do today are going to pay you tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. And my habit within how I manage trades is, now that my cash flow is secured and the majority of my risk is off the table, now I can have the freedom and the peace of mind to say, now what statistics are aligning with the follow through of this runner? We need to take this 9 a.m. high. If we don't take this 9 a.m. high with this median to average distribution, I'm on the wrong side of what we historically do. There's nothing for me to force. I'm on the wrong side. For me to take another trade, if this runner gets stopped, unless we get actual confirmation, I would be trading I'd just be gambling. I'd just be literally just clicking the button for no reason. We got Arnie. Arnie says the only amazing Only thing amazing in north of Sweden is that organisms still chose to stay and live in minus 25 degrees Fahrenheit.
You see how depressing that sounds? But then I was seeing a picture of it, and it's like, dude, that place looks amazing. What are you talking about?
I don't know. Every picture I see of Sweden, bro, looks like a postcard.
Mm-hmm.
Nevin says, come to Croatia on... We have a few Croatians in here. On the coast side to live 2 times slower.
I might hold you to that if that's the case.
Hey, Cody's in here. Cody's calling some trades here. I didn't even see this. Cody's long from 534. Already covered the queen. Stop at 512. Nice. What's your extended cash flow target, Cody? That's not what I. What's up, Pickle? Pickle teach it. PTFX. What did you say PTFX stood for? Not pickle. What did you say? He said something. Caught me so off guard. How'd you guys do today in the chat? While we're just sitting here watching candles print now until I got 2 minutes until I make another if-then decision. How'd we do?
Dude, I'm hoping somebody tweets something so I can make another 900 handle move.
Yeah, come on.
Enigma, please.
Come on. Monthly open. Cody's targeting monthly. Hey, look at that. That's roughly my target. But the reason I have my target at 688 just for now is just if we just get some crazy pump in the next few minutes here to go long out of New York 1. But that's where my target is it's just nested right below New York 1, and it's still within the MFE profile for it to be realistic. So we got 10 o'clock happening right now. So let's now go back to the 1 minute chart. And this is literally how I sequence the rest of the day in New York AM. And that's just finding where is 10 a.m. in relation to the 9:30 and how does this 10 a.m. candle, how would this 10 a.m. candle tell me either we're going to reverse back into 9:30 or continue off of 9:30? This is why I love the 10 a.m. candle so much. It is literally that glue that is right in the middle of either an apex or a 3-hour line. This is the confirmation candle of both. So if we come up and we make a potential Q1 low in this first 15 minutes of the 10 o'clock, then we're also taking the 9 o'clock high. And I'm just thinking if then. So my if then sequence for if we are going to do what we statistically do, which is take at least one side of 9 o'clock, we have to make in the next 15 minutes. We don't have to, but statistically, if we want to do what we typically do, we can see that the average to median MFE distribution, I'm going to draw it here, in the past 75 days is from the bottom of this box to this average dotted line. So this is the median to average favorable price movement of the 930 breaks in the past 75 days. So now I take that just generic statistic and I apply it to the structure of the daily candle. Okay, where is the current daily candle at, right, from where this bid and ask is? Does it make sense to do this statistic, to take this 9 o'clock high within this distribution? Well, it's a little bit above average. We would have to have a tad bit of an above average move, but that's what would cause the expansion to a new high of day to take out this out of statistic high of day at 714. Okay, so if my overall target, my higher time frame target, for those of you that do like higher time frame analysis, whatever, my high time frame analysis is some sort of new high of day, only because this 714 high is out of statistic. We've expanded off of the weekly open right here, setting a potential bullish weekly candle of some kind, and also a bullish daily candle. And so on a bullish daily candle, we just don't typically make highs at 714. Now, the caveat to that is yes, This 714 high was coming off of a crazy news event, but it still doesn't matter, guys, because somebody let me know in the chat. What is the worst case scenario if I'm wrong? What's the worst case scenario if I'm wrong about all of this? Wrong about this high of day, wrong about us taking the 9 o'clock high, wrong about us making the median to average distribution. What is the worst thing that can happen to me in this trade?
Chuck Norris will come back alive and die again.
Chuck Norris will come back alive, break my heart for the second time because that freaking sucked when I heard that last week. And then I just go crawl in a hole and just cry myself to sleep. So nobody put it in the chat. There's like this weird delay, so I get it. I don't want to, for the sake of time. The worst thing that can happen is I just get stopped out. That's it. Worst thing that can happen is my stop loss gets hit. And so many people speak from this level of certainty and speak from this level of ego. And if you just do the rabbit hole of why do they speak that way, they're just afraid of losing. But losing is a part of this whole profession. It's a part of everything.
And if you're not over leveraged, and if you actually position size risk per trade, right, you don't have to worry about that.
Yep, that's another part of it. Yeah, just if I was in a mini right now, I'd be freaking the heck out. Absolutely, because number one, I can't fractionalize a mini, so I'd have to be a one and done TP. But then if I was in like, I don't know, 2 minis, well then I've already blown the account. So you get tarred and rolled in feathers. Oh my god.
Dude, what country is he from?
Mickey, we're in the 10 o'clock 05 right now. You want to reference that article you did?
Sure. So let me pull it up.
This would be a cool live demonstration.
Pull it up too. So one thing I'm working on is I'm actually using, now that my dev team has taught me how to dev, right? Like I'm going through and I'm rerunning numbers on everything. Let's see, strategy pipeline, output, complete, 10 o'clock. No, I'm with the actual executive. Actually, what we can do is, so we know that the 05 box can either do 2 things. Like I like doing 2 things, not one thing. It can break out and be a true, or it can break out and turn false, right? And so like what I did was, right, I ran all the numbers. Like, so first thing I did was I said, hey, right, I want you, and this is one of the exercises I have you guys do to kind of teach you risk profiling in the boot camp, right? I want you to start with a negative 50 basis point stop loss and a 50 plus 50 basis point TP. And then in intervals of 5, I want you to jump back and forth. Well, there's thousands of combinations that you can do, right? And then tell me which configuration is the best, right? And so we do that for the true and the false and all that. And well, it goes through this workflow process. So if you don't know what should go into it, right? This is cool stuff it talks about in the video of how you can grade and how you can see. But like, this is stuff I expect you to learn in the boot camp. But for the live stream, all we need to know is, right, there's 86 different possible configurations that you can trade a true in the 10 a.m. 05 box, right? Now that 86 configurations, right, only 4 of them are profitable and pass the profitability test, right? Now, if we look at the false side of the house, so if we break out of the 05 box, they come back down, right? We can see that there was 27 configurations, right? And out of that, there's 12 that's profitable, right? There's a lot more, but the grading these are the ones that made it to this phase, right? If we go to the actual first parts of the test, I want to say it's right here. Yeah, there's a lot more. There's a lot more. Let's just put it like that. But like, this is a good place to start, right? Like, out of every possible scenario or configuration that strategy can have, right? You have ones that will go down and just be unprofitable through its whole life journey or the testing period. You have some that will start to the downside and then make their way up. You have some that will start up and then come back down into unprofitability. And then you have some that will just go up and to the right, and it'll make you look like a Nancy Pelosi scam artist, right? Well, the cool thing about this is it's not so much what it did in the past, but what it's capable of doing that you're trying to grab, right? So the one thing I did was I did this very analytical grading system, and I ran it through, going back to the original configuration. Like, I ran it through, I stress tested the crap out of, you know, what it could do and all that, right? And the one thing that came out to be true, right, is yes, like, I shouldn't be looking at this from a true false perspective, because there's plenty of true strategies that win over time, and there's plenty of false strategies over time. And there's, on both sides, you have to have higher context. Like, Cody's one of the ones that mentioned this. He said, dude, I see market structure work so well. I've been tracking market structure my whole life. But it became a lot clearer. I kept losing over and over again because I didn't have any context. I just thought that if it did this market structure, then it had to do this. And once he put context through probabilities using the daily profile, he knew exactly what structure he was looking for, right? So one thing that we did, right, is I did this video, right? It's 38 minutes long, but you can kind of see like why it chose this configuration to move to the next step, right? So from a gradient perspective, like, it did all the pre-screenings for over-filtering, right? Like, so let me go to that, how it works, right? What we're grading, how we sync the stop loss with the MAE MFP, like what some different things that you should do to prevent over-filtering, right? So these are how the 7 different steps to ensure that we're not over-filtering, right? When we're building our risk profiles, right? And then it all came down to like the conditional versus the deployable. And it all comes down to, right, like between true and false, like that one configuration, this is like the stop loss in relationship to the 30th, 50th, and 70th percentile MAE, the pros and cons to that exact one. So you can see like, yes, this is profitable. But one of the things that we determined to make sure that there's no overfitting is, can I move that stop loss 25% to the left, 25% to the right, and it still makes money, right? But so like right here, this is a very, very ridiculous stop loss that it pointed out, right? It's 15 basis points, right? But when we look to the right, we can see that 30th percentile of MAE is there. That means that, yes, this will make money at 15 basis points. However, 30th percentile means every time this trade gets taken, that 70% of those are going to get stopped out, right? So maybe we have enough leeway to move that stop loss from 0.15 up to the median 0.23, or even up to the 70th percentile, right? The MFB that synced with the right stop TP kind of syncs right. Now, let's say like I'm going through an extended or a consecutive loss period, right? And I know that my system doesn't perform well. In this case, we know that this system wouldn't perform well in a range one day. I can move this to cash flow and TP, which would be 50% of the 50%, right? Which would be more at like 0.20 basis points. And then for those extended targets, shoot for that 35 basis points, right? So went on a very deep study, right? With all the configurations, all the different risk profiles. And like, if you guys want to see what like I use to grade and make sure I'm not overfitting and all that stuff from a very high up standpoint, like you should definitely check this out. But the one thing I do want to point out is like one thing that we noticed. Let's see, did I do it here? Nope. Stop talking, you. All right, one thing that like we do see, let's go back to this one little slide. Maybe it's not in here. Maybe it's in the actual document.
What you're about to reference is happening in real time.
Right. what we do see is when I look at this, right, the one thing I do notice is there's not one that just goes straight up and to the right. I see a lot of losses in between, which is why we position size the way we do. So we can see that right here, we broke out of the 05 box. So the highest probable 10 o'clock trade is that we break out of the 05 box, right? We suck back into the range like this. Q2 makes an instant high, meaning in the second 15 minute, right? We make a Q1 low, Q4 high, pretty common stuff. And then what you do is you buy at the top of this 05 box, or you can buy at the mid, or you can buy at the low. At the end of the day, like you test it for the high, and then 15 basis points, which is going to be a lot more today, is we're in a heightened state, would be where you put your stop. Well, we know that just 15 basis points off of all the data, right? That was below the MA 30, right? Meaning I'm going to get stopped out more times than not, right? And at the 50th percentile MAE was at 0.23, right? And this is why, whether we use 05 boxes or the 930s, right? Me and Austin use a cost allowance, right? Of how much we're willing to risk that day, because we're going to base our risk per trade off of the size of this, right? Because I want my risk to be down here, right? So right now, I could afford, if I was to take this trade, right? If I risk $500 per trade, I could afford 3 micros with the size of the 05 box, right? And if I got stopped out, I lose my 3 micros and move on, right? So with that being said, right? If I was expecting this to be a true day, right? Let's say we went short false and like I got a DWP signature and it's 10 o'clock and I wanted to take the true, then that has its own risk profile in MAE and MFB that I have to consider. It was really cool. Oh, I'm about to hit. Nice, let's go. But yeah, it was a really cool study and I'm planning on doing it with everything, right? And now let's talk about those risk profiles that like I ran through.
Just give you guys an update on the trade, because now we're just still not trying to make a crazy commitment of some aggressive move off 930 with that 3-hour line. I'm putting my TP at just that 5 to 10 basis points above if we take this 9 o'clock high. So now I'm positioning this runner to where the longer it takes for this runner to even get to this median to average MFE. So again, this budget right here, the longer it takes, and you guys can see here's the statistics from a time perspective. This little chart right here from 1020 to 1040 is the median to average time we expand, making the peak, the absolute peak, which this right here, that's what that would look like, the peak that we typically move, whether we either suck back into 930 or continue. The median to average time to do that is this right here. So the longer we're taking to just even at a minimum take this 9 a.m. high, the less expectations I have for just strong follow through. So I'm using these statistics comparative to what live price is telling me. I'm saying, okay, well now let me readjust. I still want this runner to not lose. Nobody just wants a trade to lose, but now I want this runner to just still give a good shot of paying me that exponential side of the bell curve that my edge can produce. So now going into Q2, if we take Q1 high, the odds of us taking the 9 o'clock high are even higher. And I just need just a little bit more to get that 5 to 10 basis points off the 9 o'clock high. So my final TP for this trade is 649 even. What do you got, Mickey? What's your final target?
Previous day high.
Previous day high. Oh, okay. So we're right at previous day high is 660. Dude, Mickey freaking furu-ing it today, bro. Did y'all see that? Dude.
So going back to this,
the 930.
So going back to this, right? We can see that our TP should be 0.35, and that's near the median. But like one thing that me and Austin promote, right, is covering the queen and cash flow targets first. And these ideal medians, like this is extended target, right? Because we know 50% of the time they hit, 50% of the time they don't hit, right? So remember that 0.35. And then the same thing goes with our MAE. Like I don't like my stop loss to be 0.15 when it's below the 30th percentile. Why? Because it means I'm gonna get stopped out a lot more than I'm not, right? I like it to be my stop loss to be more towards the anomaly and my TP to be more towards the high probability. All right, so let's go review some of the days, right? And that's the difference between like me and 90% of Twitter is like, I don't go for the extremes, right? So this was on Friday. Also 05 break at 10 o'clock, break out to the downside. If you shot for that 0.32, right, you would have stopped out, right? This is why we do cash flow targets and covering the queen. All right, let's go to the other day. So even though it says that's the most profitable strategy over the last year, right? That's if you have the discipline to take this trade exactly the same way every time. So 10 o'clock on Wednesday, right? We break out of the 05 box to the upside. Q2 breaks to the downside. You sell the low of this wick, right? It goes to 0.40 basis points, but you should be targeting 15, right? Because you want to do the cash flow of the cash flow, right? Let's keep going to another day.
Taking 9 o'clock high right there right now.
Nice.
Final exit from this 9 o'clock high is 3 basis points.
Oh, fuck. I'm up 350. Well, that's fun. All right, so this 10 o'clock, this 10 o'clock, all right, let's say you took the long here. Guess what? You would have got stopped out. For 15 to whatever. Like if you did the median, it would have been around 0.23, right? You would have just got stopped out. That's why we position size. That's why we do risk per trade, right? This was more of a true move anyway. Because actually I would have taken this long every day of the week, right? Actually, Q2 took out the low, so Q1 high, Q4 low. So no, I wouldn't have. Look at this 10 o'clock, right? We break to the upside. Q2 took out the high, sucked back in the range, broke out to the downside, retested that 05 box right there. Was good for 3.9, but like I said, you need to cover the queen and shoot for the cash flow, the median and medians for the TPs. Your stop loss should be at the median of the MAE, and your TP should be at the higher probability median and medians, right? So yeah, like, and then just building that in a system that you can stick to, because at the end of the day, like you don't want to just trade data to be, oh, I put numbers behind my shit. No, you want to trade data that makes sense, right? Just like right here, right? When I come here and I look at, right, the MAE and the MFB, the MAE being the 30th percent. So let's say this move happened 100 times over the last year, right? That means 30% of the time, right, it would have respected the stop right here, right? But 70% of the time, it's going to stop you out. 30% of the time, it would have hit TP at 70% of the time, it would have been here. So if you put your stop loss at the 30th percentile, be prepared to get stopped out 70% of the trades that you take out of 100, right? If you place your stop or your TP at, this is like the 55%, be prepared not to hit TP 45% of the time. Like that synchronization between stop and TP, like you got to know what you're doing. Just because it said this is the highest probable risk profile, I would let a trading robot trade this maybe. But even then, it doesn't pass the common sense test of, like, why would I get stopped out when I can just easily slide my stop loss to 0.23 and easily decrease my TP to a cash flowing target and let this be for extended targets, right? So that's what you guys got to do. But yeah, like I think, like this should have cleared up a lot of y'all's questions about. I did this video like if you're in the boot camp and the pack trade group, you'll get samples of every single thing. I'm doing this for every single hour of the day with the reverse breakouts, with the cat, all of it. You guys will get it, but this is just the video I've put in together for online presence to show them like how they should be grading. Oh my goodness! Like, take my TP already without
Hold on, we gotta
overbidding.
do it. We gotta do it with what's the price level for previous day high?
It's at 661.
Oh, we're right there. We're right. When we get it, oh, here we go. Boom!
Boom, baby. Boom,
baby. There's a trade on my screen, and right here, I'm still getting tick denied.
Come
it's
on.
660.
Hey, oh!
Wow, you can tell your friends that you watched us make $400 off of one micro in a risk-free trade. Not risking anything. That's one thing that's more important than any of these numbers, is that when you learn how to cover your coin properly and increase your risk per trade, or not increase your risk per trade because the environment doesn't support it, you make money when you lose. If it hits TP, that's just the icing on the cake. But yeah.
Yep. Let's
Good
go,
trading today,
baby.
Austin.
Dude, high five to just, let's go. This is, you got to see two different people, two different ways of managing risk. Same framework, same statistics.
One buys breakouts, one buys pulls backs. Like, nothing's different.
Oh, make sure you're on Ninja Trader. Make sure you flatten your positions for your stop.
Yeah, I did. All right, good. Give me a second.
We got Dusky saying, what the heck is going on in TradingView paper trading? My take profit has hit 3 times in a row and I'm still in the trade. Huh. I don't know. Might be connection, data, market makers. Couldn't tell you, Dusky. Bang, bang. What a great day to be a part of the Pack Trade Group. Let's go, baby. Yes, sir. And again, like you guys seen it, like do this every single freaking day, but we don't win every day. Okay. We don't, I gotta always make sure you guys understand, anybody watching this, we do not win, and not every day does it look this clean, but this is why we practice. This is why we war game. When we do get these clean moves, when we do get what our system is calling for, we don't hesitate. We don't freak out. We don't overmanage the trade. We don't, like when I was sitting in this runner here and then price was coming back against me here. Okay. A lot of emotional people that maybe could react off of emotions could maybe close early and then look at all this positive price movement you would have missed because you were acting on either discretion or emotions. And this right here is why piece on the chart matters so much. It's not about statistics, right? I'm not profitable because of statistics. I'm profitable because I can consistently execute, and statistics are what's giving me that piece on the chart to consistently execute. And then Jerry comes in here and says, what kind of furus are you if you don't only show winning trades? Come on, man. Come on. Jerry, did you not see my chat? Dude, Monday longs. Monday longs. Let's go, baby.
All right, breakfast is served.
Mickey,
See, I'm not allowed to eat.
What's up?
I'm not allowed to eat until I TP. That'll always clear your mind to make the right decision. I'm just kidding. Biggest thing is, like, even with my stuff, even with the Austin stuff, I can give you these fancy PDF reports. I can tell you, I can live trade. At the end of the day, you need to go take it, collect your own data. And that's one thing that we did in phase 2, right? We did the breaker and we showed the ICT traders how to sync up MAE and MFE and put probabilities on their little standard deviation fib levels. And how much better that is when it comes to decision making and piece on the charts. And that was just step 1. That was just step 1. Now we can figure out where does my stop go? Does it go below that breaker low? Or does it, from a data standpoint, does it make more sense to put it at 20 basis points lower? Because that's what it does. how do I position size with larger size breakers or smaller size breakers? It's no different than the 930 trade and how we did that. It's just using a different type of range. But make sure you do that. Like, you've got plenty. You live in 2026. There is no reason why you guys should be taking unintelligent, trade decisions based off of MAE, MFE data. Right? There's no reason why whatever trade concept that you trade isn't backed by probability if then conditions. Doesn't matter what it is. Like, it all can be done now. So stop. I would say, like, if you're trading without any kind of framework, obviously I want you to stop trading and join the bootcamp. Go to thedailyprofile.com. Cha-ching. But seriously, stop. You're not going to magically be the 1% that can make it work. That's not you, right? And start putting some actual professional framework behind your business. I get it, a prop firm's only $80. $80 isn't that big of a deal to build a business structure around until it's year 5 and you've blown billions of $80 prop accounts because you're too lazy to do it the right way first. So that's my ending statement. Wait, was I muted that whole time? Oh, okay.
No, you're good. You're good. Mine is this, guys. Do what you love to do. Find what is second natured, knee jerk, just I can do this in my sleep, that gives you passion. And never let anybody tell you that you can't do it because they never did it. Okay, that's literally what caused, like, that's when I started YouTube back in 2018. 2018 is when I posted my first ever YouTube video. It wasn't even on this channel. I had another channel, literally just Austin Clark. And I just talked about what my journey was. I literally documented my journey through just investing. And not one person cared about what the heck I was saying or doing or whatever. And I did that for years. Not because I was chasing fame or not because I was chasing any sort of recognition or validation. I did it because I enjoyed it. I loved it. And only until now in 2026, I'm not even, we ain't big. I got 10,000 subscribers. We're not like super big, but we're showing you that now through all of this time of me finding and choosing what I love to do, I'm now getting a little bit of return on that investment. And you guys can do the same thing. I'm nothing special. I'm nothing different than any of you. So when it comes to trading and applying this to trading, find a way that clicks in your brain, because I could have been deterred emotionally. I could have been scared of this 3.5% move. We could have been crippled by our decision-making because maybe I was trying to form fit a way of trading that just doesn't align with my brain. Not that it's because it's the right or wrong way. It's because it has to fit with me and my lifestyle. So find something you love. Never look back and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they've never done themselves. Hope y'all have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. And let's get it, baby. Up next, we got Ambiguous Hour, hosted by the one and only Cody and PTFX. Let's get it started.
Did you find value in how Austin and Mick trade and analyze the market? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
3-hour line, watch it hold, watch it break. 3-hour apex, snapback mean reversion in your face. Pack Drez on the mic, PTFX on the side. We align the stats with the live, let it ride. We are live on PackTV. Futures moving, come and see. From the open to the close, read the flow with me. Pack Drez, PTFX, PackTV.
Yo, what's good? Can you hear me? PTFX, you live? Yo.
I just want to say your intro song is so fun.
Dude, I still have this last runner running here from 534. I'm just gonna hold it till live price lets me know what's going on. Right now, it's still saying up.
Yep.
So,
All right, brother. I'm jumping.
Take it easy.
Later.
What's up, Matrix Brain? What's up, nerd? What's up, all you nerds? Sweet, Karl's here, letting me know that now things are going to settle down because I got on stream. Probably so. Wes, what's going on, dude? Yeah, so I got in on this retracement here. I did take one position on the first retracement, covered the queen, got stopped out. It was about a break-even trade. Got in on a second one, covered my queen, and now I'm just letting this other one run. I have a target set for this monthly open here at 24,900. I know that you could argue like, oh, we already hit monthly open if I turn this off, right? But that's where my target is. In case we get another headline, this is the type of day where those 90 percentile anomaly style like price movements happen. So I'm just going to play for that. And if live price decides like, hey, it wants to come stop me out, you know, whatever, it's not even a big deal. I am going to be watching live price to see like, okay, when do I want to trail? And so I'm waiting for this Q3 to finish, and then I'm going to trail up to the low of Q3, because if we take the low of the Q3 of the 10 o'clock hour, then most likely it's going to be an apex and it's going to come back down to 930. So after this 15 minutes, I'm going to trail my stop up, and then to wherever that low is. Right now I have a stop at the Q1 low. That was trailed once we took the Q1 high here in Q2. And then we will get, you know, somewhere hopefully trailed up here around like to the 600s would be cool. But until then, we're just going to be chilling and letting this trade play out. I'll keep this on the screen. I'll update it every time I trail. But other than that, we're just going to be chilling, waiting. What's up, Bruno? The live price is saying higher. You know, we got the out of stat high. It could be a range day, so that's just what I'm going to protect myself against if it does happen. But PTFX, what's going on, dude? Hello? And if Q3 takes out Q2's high before the close, I'll trail it up there as well. But yeah, right now we're just chilling. How's everyone else trade going today? Anybody long still? Catch longs? Anybody just saying, screw this, I'm not doing anything today?
Hello?
Yeah, what's up, dude?
Always changes.
I can hardly hear you. Sounds like you're like really far away from the mic.
Hello?
Oh, that sounds way better. Oh, you're short on the YM? Yes, sir.
Dump it.
Nice. Have you already partialed on that at all? No, you're about to here. 6. What a fun day, huh? You don't use the electron trading hours. Did you even look at it on YM? Was it a boner candle too?
This morning, yeah.
Yeah.
Bullish.
Bullish.
Bullish. 744.
I mean, our 11 o'clock probabilities are higher, so see. As long as we can stay above the 10 o'clock open here, if I close, we can close above it, then our 1 hour probabilities are here. Can't really rely too much on 3 hour probabilities since we're inside still. Let's see, is this a good retracement area? Looks like it. Yeah, it's good. Let's see. It's going to put in a valid low here on the 1 minute. We have to get it closed above 650.
Come on. Don't make me look stupid in front of my friends.
Give PTFX some money, please. Yeah, I had just logged on when Karl was on this morning, and I had like just logged on to the stream when I watched this thing just like go to the moon. I was like, what the hell?
Was anybody long?
Mickey was.
Was anybody
Mickey
short?
Yeah, hopefully no one was short. That would suck. I know Mickey was long. I know he caught the majority of that move.
Of course he did.
A-Huts wants you to walk him through why you're short on YM.
So median high a day. All these wicks and bodies are respecting this. So that's why.
Fair enough. Works for me.
Just going off the stats. If this is going to reverse, it's going to be a good spot.
If I'm looking at this 12-hour probability, I mean, this is probably going to be a green 12-hour candle, so we should put the high in between now and the afternoon. This isn't very common. Now, could it be? Yeah, it could. But I'm going to be expecting this to get the high. And the reason like I said earlier, the reason I'm shooting for that monthly open is because if we do get another headline, then we could have another move. And that's like the only real target that I have key level up there. So if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Whatever. But like I said, when this Q3 does close here, I am going to trail up here to whatever low gets put in. Especially if it closes underneath, if it's below the opens of this opening of this hour. So 3 minutes here, and I'm going to trail this up just a little bit. And I know we took the Q2 low, and so like you guys that just went through the boot camp, you're gonna be like, oh, that's the apex signature. Why are you not cutting here? With this 05 break, false breakdown here, typically the break of the 2 isn't as significant as the break of the 3. So I've seen this happen plenty of times where this is just a reload to go higher, especially when you're looking at the structure. This could just be a reload.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Well, at least on the NQ. Yeah, and IB stats are up. Matrix Brain. So I don't want to be too eager to trail until like the moment where I'm like, okay, this is probably where I need to get out. So just play it patient here. And that's going to be the Q3 low for me. Which at this point, if I get stopped, I mean, I'll still secure like 60 points. So I'll take it. If that ends up being the low of Q3 right there. $15 minutes.
So A-Huts, also, since I use the RTH chart, Wednesday the 18th, point of control, we came right up to it and just bounced right back off of it. A lot of times you get a naked point at POC. It's like a magnet. So we'll see if we hold. So just a couple different things in that area.
All right, 1 more minute here. I'm going to trail this up to the Q3 low. And I'll give it a couple points to breathe just in case it wants to just swipe it out. But we will see. I'd like to see this 5-minute candle flip bullish. That would be super, super cool. But most likely going to trail. Looks like I may get stopped out here on the trail. But we will see. Let this first minute play out of the Q4 and then move it. All right, so we just took it. I'm waiting for this first minute to play out to see if it's just going to suck back into the range. Otherwise, I'm just going to manually close it here. Let's see. If it doesn't close the low, I'm just going to put it below. This 1 minute doesn't close this Q3 low, I'm going to just trail it up to the low of this Q4. All right, so I'm trailing up to the bottom of this Q4 here. We're not going to get it closed below the Q3. It's just a sweep so far. It's sucking back into the range. If we do get a 1 minute close below, then I'll close it. But yeah, that's what we're looking at now. So let me bring that over. So we've trailed it up to that low right there. And we're just watching this Q3 low to see if we get a 1 minute close below it or not. If I do, then I'll just cut the trade there. If not, then I'm expecting this just be a little quarterly sweep and then buy it right back up. Like I said, I have a good position. I don't want to be too eager to cut this if it's just a slow grind type of day to the upside. And so I'll gladly give up a few bucks to stay in the trade. here if it's just a sweep. So yeah, we're good now. We got to stop right below that low. Let's see, the exact price is 579 is where my stop is at. So it'll secure 45 points if it does come back and take out this low. But I'm liking this reaction out here. See if we get this 5-minute valid point here. That would be super cool. Did you hit your first TP PTFX on YN? Oh, he's not here. It's just me. All right, this is exciting. It's one thing I've really been working on the last few weeks is like when I have a good position on, trying to stay in the trade as long as I can and not just giving it up because I get a little scared or shaken out or whatever. Now, like if this comes and stops me now, then the probabilities are not on my side. Let me check YM real quick, just out of curiosity. Pull it up on my phone. I think he might have gotten first TP though. He was at like 777. Yeah, he got first one. Sweet. No, yeah, this would still be H2 for me until the, you could use it as H1 too. Usually I like to wait till it completes the apex or a line, but yeah, you could use this as H1 as well if you wanted to. There's a valid point there, which is cool. I expect this low to hold now if structurally we're still bullish. If we take out this low, then structurally we are on apex. So like I said, if we get a 1-minute close underneath this Q3 low, which is where this red line is, then I will cut this trade. Otherwise, if it takes out this low, then I will be out. Let's see what we get here. We are below the Q3 low now. Let's see, we got 20 seconds on this 1-minute candle. Either I'm going to take myself out or it might just wick me out. If it sucks back in the range, I'll stay in. But this is going to be my line in the sand here. All right, it closed above, that 1 minute closed above that low. So we're just going to let this thing keep playing out. Yeah, so Cam, it could be Cameron, it could be H1 or H2. Just if you're like, okay, now I'm going to be looking for the next, then you can use those H1. I'm still looking at H2 because we haven't completed our line or an apex. Apex would be when we take out this low. So it'd be completed. All right, I got to pay attention here to see if it's going to close these lows or not. Okay, no close on that 1 minute, still above it. Yeah, for sure, dude. It's very, when you compare it, Cameron, with the or like when you can merge it with the candle science, like C1, C2, C3 idea. That's like what really helps me. Like this is more like a structural idea, and then I merge it with the candle science idea, which is the probability side of that structural idea, right? So just two different ways to measure essentially the same thing. Still no 1 minute close underneath this Q3 low, so still sitting here in this trade. If it closes, I will, like I said, stop myself out. Or if it just runs through this Q4 low right here really quick, then I'll stop myself. Then that's where I stop sitting. All right, another minute, no close underneath. So it's just going to revolve around the 05 box for me. If we step above the 05 box and first off, if we close this hour above the open and then we step above the 05 box, and for me, that's a 5 minute close, then I'd expect this high to get taken. If we close below this and then we step below the 05 box, then I'd expect this low to get taken. And then depending on where we close, if it violates it, then we flip the probabilities to the other side. So it's all going to revolve around the 11 o'clock 05 box for me here, and 5 minute closes. But let's see, I might have to stop myself out here. Let's see. Nope, no close still on that low. So just watching the 05 box, because that's typically what I'll do since we got an apex alert, right? Because we took out this low, we took out that low. We have apex alerts. The confirmation for me is a 5 minute close below the 05 box. It's this one, right? It's this whole point right here. Mick. So that would be our recent 5 minute swing. This is actually a technical high here. It's not going to print because of the issue with this giant bullish candle over here, since we're still inside of it. But let's see, we got 8 seconds left in on this 1 minute candle. Maybe stopping myself out here. And all right, I'm out right there. We got a 1 minute close. That's enough for me. So I just went ahead and closed myself out. Make sure this is closed. Copy image. So I did just go ahead and close myself out there. Like you can see, there's the exit right there. I did only trade one account. I didn't copy trade any accounts today, and the volatility lowered my risk. Yeah. Even though the most recent 5 minute bearish candle didn't close below. No, we just have a low. We don't have a high. So we only have a high here and a low here. And because we closed, I believe it closed because this one. So see, look, this is what I was measuring based on this, this sequence. You could argue that, okay, should have been this one. the indicator picked up a different one, but I see your point, Nick. I can agree with you as well, because you're looking at when it closed here, which is valid as well. And then that didn't close. So yeah, you could argue that we don't have a low put in. Those ones are a little bit tricky with all those wicks there. Typically you don't get that. But yeah, so if then at this point is just watching this 05 box for this point. See if we're going to get above it. It looks like we may close this hour below the open. If we close that below the open and we breach the open, well, then the probability shift back up here. If we close above and then we breach the open, probability shift down here. I'm not going to, since we're opening right on top of the open, I'm not going to be like, oh, we breached the open, now for sure is up here. I really want to use the 05. That's even a more like idea to like, hey, I need to watch the 05 box for me. But I probably won't take any more trades. I'm happy with the trade I took today, and there's no point. Yeah, there's no point. I mean, up about $200 off 2 micros. Can't really complain about that. And it will be unfortunate if I just got that close and it just goes higher, but whatever. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? I'm still thinking 3-hour line, but let's see what this says. Yeah, this is saying 73% apex probability. So we will see. We will see. We did get the apex alert, so just guys remember that. Did get the apex alert. And just like a little thing that I like to look at is I usually fib out the entire hour. And so this is a just 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, and I can show you the settings on it. This is what I use for all 05 boxes, the 930, because I look for specific zones, retracement zones, because I ran the data and I, based on how deep a retracement we get, how likely the probability is that we get a new high or low, depending on the direction. Well, what I've noticed is whenever we hour between the 30 and 70, this middle 40% of an hour is typically when we have more choppy price action in the next hour. So like you'll see this previous hour, we opened in the 10 to 30 and we got more of a directional move. This is one where I watch this a lot, and I like to wait for it to drop down if I'm in a long, or wait for it to drop up if I'm in short, because it tends to be more price or choppy price action, especially during the 11 o'clock hour, because I only really trade, 9:30 to 11:15 really is the main entry times. But that being said, shit. Dang it, I did it again. Yeah, no problem. We opened above the previous open. I think we actually just missed it. Just rejected it there. So probabilities are still higher for candle science. So our 1 hour probabilities are still up here, taking out this high. And one thing keep in mind is it's very, very rare that we don't get a direction, right, out of a New York 1. Now today could be one of those days because we had, anomaly type event. But we don't get a direct by 11:30 that we would take out that green line. Just because we're above 9:30, we haven't shown any interest at all underneath open. So darn. Might just take me out on that 1 minute close. Womp womp. All right, let's see what happens at previous day high here. This is going to been our main pivot point all morning so far. So let me see if we're going to break this or not. Anybody still in logs? Would have been nice if I was still there, but maybe I shouldn't have closed that. Maybe I was too eager. Maybe that's another point where I was too eager. Gonna have to jot that down. Maybe I was just too eager. It's a nice low rejection, though, off the previous 1 hour open. I mean, we literally missed it by a tick, I think. 600.5. Yeah, by 2 ticks. Just rejected it. Still in YM longs. Nice. No, took my TP. Nice. Yeah, let's look at YM real quick. Nice. Complete 3 hour line. See, this is what I was hoping NQ was going to do. The Q3 takes out the Q2 low, but then sucks back in the range and pushes higher, but we end up getting it in the Q4. Shoot. Oh well. Nothing for me today. I understand that. Man. I'm going to be really butthurt if I open this chart later and we're at this monthly open. Can't lie. Going to be really butthurt. She'd take me on dates. I'd spend a lot and we'd get the second still and put out. Oh, that's funny. I get it, though. I get it. Looking for a short. Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, I wouldn't, at the end of the day, I wouldn't be like surprised if this is the high of day, right? Typically, this is a type of move we get at 8:30. It happened a little earlier. Like, just because of the nature of how it happened, I wouldn't be shocked. But if I'm looking at a pure statistical probability point, I'm expecting to get taken. So it's just like, that's why I'm not going to enter another trade, because I'm in the point where I'm like, my position was really good down here at 32. Do I have as much edge here trying to long the previous day high? Probably not. Do Do I have as much edge shorting here as I did here? For me personally, probably not. So it's just better for me personally just to say, you know what, I got a piece of the market today, and if it continues without me, that's just an unfortunate little close there. That typically tells me that we're going the opposite direction. So, what can you do? If I do that over 1,000 times, it's going to reward me. Looks like we're having a little bounce off pre-day high. I would expect at least us to take out this New York one high to get trading to the 700s. Taco Bell tonight. Yes, sir. Taco Bell. We got enough for Taco Bell. Finally take my fiance on a date. Thought we were cooked today when I saw the big move up. Thought we were cooked. Anyways, if you are new here or you just joined the boot camp, that it does start on April 18th. That will be when the new boot camp starts. If you have any questions, just let me know. I'll answer them the best of my abilities. And if not, I'm sure I can find the right answer for you. But if you got any questions, if you're thinking about signing up for the next boot camp, let me know. We can chat about it. If you want any more further clarity on how I entered my long, I can go into more detail on that as well. And I can break it down step by step if that's something y'all want. PTFX, did you get your first position off? See, you're back up here. I know why he was back above that high, or starting to trade up there. Buy her dessert. Yep. I'm gonna have to buy her some dessert. She deserves it. See if we're gonna complete this line or not. Still haven't taken that high. Out of curiosity. Is Wingo in here? Wingo, are you in here? I know you went over your plan this weekend. Is this what you would have taken? Right here? This 1006 candle if he's in here? Just out of curiosity. Complete the line. Come on. That's what my edge would be over anyways if I was trying to look for another trade. So. Rejected it again. Shoot. I'd expect it to take it. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to go grab some water real quick. Give me 1 second. Well, looks like we completed that 3-hour line, stuck it back in the range. That's where my edge is done right there on that tick. So, yeah, definitely not looking for any more trades. For me, like I said, I only traded one account today. So give me a second. I'll pull that up. And in the you were in the I gotta log into this one. Where's my snipping tool? Oh, it's not working. I'll do it later. What was up? I appreciate it, Austin. Yep. Yeah, just I made 178. I'll post it in the Discord later. My computer's not pulling up the snipping tool. It's being a little laggy.
Mondays,
man. Well, it could be that I have like 7 instances of Claude running in the background, so I don't know. My computer's like, I need to get a new computer, bigger and better.
you and me both.
Bigger and better. Were you able to get out of at least one of your trims on that YM trade?
No, I closed it.
So you didn't get any runners off of it, or
No.
you didn't get any partials off of it?
No. But I caught the long at the open, so no harm, no foul. Right? No.
Yeah, no harm, no foul. Now we're just chilling. Very, very interesting day on NQ. I haven't picked a direction on New York 1. Not super common. YM still hasn't picked a direction either. Off of New York 1. What about ES? Did ES pick a direction? Nope. Let's see what everything else is up to out of curiosity. Let's see what gold's doing. Gold's cool. Let's see what oil's doing. Well, look at that. Damn, oil got smoked. How far did that go down? I don't think that's going to be long term, but 14.5% in 5 minutes. Gee, good God. I'm tired, boss. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, Doja Cat, remind me to send you. I got to send you the sound it plays when it finishes. You're going to think it's hilarious. When it finishes a task. Yeah, dang, we took out that high, sucked right back in the range. I still wouldn't be surprised if this is a range day. I mean, this is looking more like D and P, right? We're just respecting midpoints, bouncing back up. Yeah, tell Austin that he now has to trade the particular 10 o'clock may be the worst hour to trade on occasion. When we first started streaming, PTFX will remember this. When we first started streaming, I think we didn't move like 10 basis points out of the 05 box for like, I don't know, it was like 3 weeks straight. It was like the most miserable experience ever.
Is that when we had Claude trade for us?
Yeah, exactly. That's when we had Claude trade for us. We were just trying to keep it interesting. Because it was so bad. Like, because every day was like a DWP day where just like 9:30 would just blast off, and then you're just like, if you're not in a position, you're just sitting there. Like, oh, well, hope we continue. Those were rough.
Mondays are rough.
Why, dude? Kids went back to school today, so you don't have to. No spring break, right?
I got a crap load of stuff to do today.
Yeah, you had like the best 12 p.m. trades ever, Justin. Like, I would like hop on. I'm like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
We would be like, all right, we're ending this. Nothing's happening. And as soon as Justin would hop on, it'd be the easiest move ever.
Yeah, it would just be. Oh man, yeah. Last fall, dude, that was just that was crazy. And now it's the opposite, exactly. Oh yeah, if we had really, yeah, it's always the opposite. It's either happens now or it happens then. All right, looks like this may be a sweeper. Let's see if we breach this open, this 11 o'clock open. Maybe getting a move back down to 9:30 here. If we can breach below, what is that, 611? Yeah. That's what happens to Austin, though, too, right? Like, if the 9:30's chopping around, he gets off, and then the moment he gets off, we finally get the move. The only person that doesn't have to worry about that's Bowie, because he's got his, like, entire session to himself. We did reject this Q1 high, too. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if this is a sweeper. Then we end up taking out, maybe not coming all the way back to 9:30 this hour, but creating a bearish setup for candle science to come back in the third hour. I mean, in the next 3 hour, that's what I mean, not the third hour. Now, just breaching this isn't enough because of the nature of taking the high. We just like have to start closing below it, which for me would be if we close this 05 box, I would expect this to come back down to 9:30. And if that occurs, right, if we come back to 9:30, I'm going to expect this high day for the rest of the day and just expect a range. Probably make it to Tuesday. Good reaction out of the open there if we are going to stay bullish. I'm just leaning more towards the range today or just a slow grind upwards at this point in the day. I mean, we'd have to get another tweet, another headline to get a real pop, real move, like a quick one. I would assume. I mean, anything could happen. But we're still just hanging out here around previous day's high. Just lots of testing. Maybe I got a little too ambitious on my runner. Oh well. Are you? Did you say you're in a YM long? UTFX?
No, I took the long at after the open about 940.
Okay. So you took the long and then you were trying to catch the reversal back in.
Yeah. But that didn't pan out. So I really didn't. I didn't lose anything.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the candle science probabilities say that this is a good high, like in terms of area. It's lower probability to close above previous day's high than it is for it to close above, based on how I've inputted it. So, yeah, I'm just leaning more towards the range, guys. What do y'all think? I'm thinking this may come back to 9:30 at some point today. Maybe just in the afternoon. Just one of these, like, cut. One of these just lines up and then lines back down. That's what I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, is Wordle time?
Yeah, but I don't do that on this stream. That's a pack perk right there. Watch me yell at a Wordle screen. Yeah, I mean, there's not too much to say at this point. I mean, I don't see anything. If I'm being so honest with you guys, I have no idea. I have no idea. About to start New York 2. Means we're going to keep this at none. Exciting. Yeah, us taking so long to make a new high of day, Matrix Brain, it's like leading me more to believe that this is just like some accumulation to mean revert this entire move.
Dump it all the way down to the bottom of that candle, huh?
I mean, maybe previous day mid. That's more likely. 360. If we're gonna have a fast move, I would assume at this point it's gonna be to the downside rather than the upside. If we're gonna have a quick move, that's just what I would think. But I don't see anything being super obvious. It could go either way. What would not be surprising is if Trump came out and was like, "Just kidding, we're sending a missile right now." We have taken them out. It's about what it sounds could happen. Because what was the action? Let me pull this up. For a 5-day period, what? So the week? That's what he said. He said to postpone it for 5 days, so they'll just wait for the weekend again.
Did you ask me something?
Nah, dude, I'm not talking to you. I'm just yapping.
Trying to multitasking over here.
No, you're good, dude.
Oh, I swung a golf club a couple times over the weekend, and I am wrecked today.
What, you throw your back out?
Oh, just those ab muscles. Oh shit! Just dropped something.
Yeah, I almost just spit my water everywhere when you said that.
Just dropping my work meeting on the floor is fine.
So you have your work meeting on your phone or what?
My tablet.
Oh. Priorities. It's funny. Yeah, we got
not like anything is happening here.
We got a Q1 high now, Q2 low. Still rejecting that open. It's gonna be similar. It just, I just don't know. This almost looks like it could just be this like slow climb, just all day, just be super annoying. My least favorite days. Yeah, I don't got much left. We had great talks. I haven't spoken once. Yeah, DNP. Yeah, Mick, that's what I'm thinking. Because we're just holding these mids. Like, we're just saying, screw you and your mean reversion. Let me just bounce off these midpoints. Somewhere in here. I think this might be a little higher. Somewhere in this area. It's a green daily candle. Yeah. Just don't really. Yeah, I got nothing. I'm not even gonna try to make anything up because I don't know.
Just you go long and I'll go short.
Yeah, it's just a weird one. Well, it's just mainly weird, right? Because we didn't do anything with the New York 1 range. That's my first indication that by 10 o'clock we haven't even picked a direction. It's like that's pretty weird. Like, how often does that happen? Let me go figure it out. Where we don't have a direction at all. Oh. All right, guys. So here's your probability over the last 4,200 days. There's only been 5 days where we didn't pick a direction out of the New York 1, which means that we didn't take a high or low by 11:30. Only 5 days. Exciting. What is that? Like 0.01%? Tenth of a percent? 42.5 divided by 4,200. No, 0.001%. Epic. No. 0.01%. Yeah, 0.01%. A tenth of a percent. That's what we've done today for the last 20-ish years. So weird. This candle's hilarious. I just think we're going to arrange in the settlement. It's just weird. It's just like I would expect us to take out this load now. Like in the next hour. Oh yeah, I bet London was super awesome. It looks nice. It looks like a nice move. Especially from 1 o'clock down. And even just this pivot at a low day. Get back above the London Open. Yeah, it looks cool. Looks nice. Oh man, I'm tired. Oh, I was saying something earlier I never finished. I was talking about only trading one account today instead of copy trading. And so if you were in this morning's class, I talked about my strategy on copy trading and how I rotate accounts in portfolio cycle. One of the things I like to do is on the initial day where we have a spike in volatility, which we obviously have one now. Did I just get rid of all the daily profile? Where'd that go? Where's my indicator? Did I delete it? Am I dumb? There it is. On the initial day, I like to just decrease the amount of counts that I trade when the volatility is starting to spike, because that tends to be the day when I've tested everything that I get more wick outs. So yeah, it's part of the reason I didn't copy trade today. But yeah. Not Q1 high, Q3 low. We're going to get a Q4 low. We're coming back to 930.
Yeah, YM looks like coming back down.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, so screw your DNP, Mick. That's what Live Price is trying to say. Screw your DNP. Man. crazy. Crazy. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we get below the 930 at this point. Now that we're holding this high of day, I would expect it just to range into settlement. Yep. Last swing midpoint. TP hit for me. Nice, Eduardo. Sick. Assuming you're looking at this move here. And you're looking for that midpoint there. Around 57. Yeah, this is just a strange day. I mean, like I said, it's only 5 days haven't taken this side over the last 20 years. Prior to 11:30. That's crazy. That is crazy. Iran news coming out.
I think I'm gonna try a short again.
Do it, dude.
Dump it.
Someone play Highway to Hell. Come on, send it. What's your target? Just 930 or what? And beyond? Previous day high. Dang, YM is so much cleaner today. Freaking the fake move out 930 off the previous day high. Man. What about RTY? What did it do? Yes. Out of shorts. Nice. Previous day highs just said nope. That's jeez. Gaps down. Trades. Looking like we're switching bearish. Right back to the constant. So what have we hit already this week? Already passed the 3.5. So we got a 13% probability of coming down here this week, but we have a 90% probability of coming up to 850. Probably all of them, Karl. They're probably all like some stupid thing like that. Maybe not 900, but like probably it can't be a regular news event, right? Because the 830 would take it out. We breached previous week open. So I mean it's previous week high probability. Yeah, I mean this is setting up to be a bullish week. See though.
All right, I did get into a short.
Nice.
YM 46,817.
46817. Send it to the ground. Nice. Little pullback up there. Well, the bag's at 9:30, and 11 o'clock is an outside bar, which does not happen very often. Does not happen super often. Gonna get this Q4 low. Let's see. Wow, what a freaking day, dude. That's crazy.
Bastard. Go back down.
Assuming that monthly open is lower if you turn this off. Yeah. Well, it's going back down for you, PTFX. Unless YM's not. Back below weekly 5 EMA. Yeah. I mean, haven't we been below it this whole time? Unless you're like looking at it like this, I would assume. Yeah.
Okay, I got one off there. I got another at top of 9:30.
Yeah. NQ's back at about 25% of 9:30 now. Got a Q4 low, Q1 high. Beautiful.
I'm thinking some gas station pizza for lunch today. Doesn't that sound good?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good.
Casey's? Do you have Casey's around there?
Nope.
Nope. What kind of gas stations do you have?
The normal ones.
Like what? Well, I have a Casey's and that's normal. So what do you got?
I never heard of that before. Just
Buc-ee's?
the Valero, dude. Just got the Valero. What are you talking
Valero.
about?
That's like this cheesy place in town.
The 7-Eleven. Got the 7-Eleven. Dude, I do love me some 7-Eleven, dude. Give me a big gulp from the 7-Eleven. Dude.
I can't believe it. Somebody in the chat tell me they know what a Casey's is. And that they've had Casey's pizza. Somebody make me happy, please.
Circle K. Yeah, I got Circle K. I like Circle K. Got normal gas stations. The QT. Got the QT. What do you know about the QT? What do you know about the QT? Yeah, I've never heard of Casey's.
Anyways, they have the best pizza ever. Breakfast pizza. Oh my gosh, that's so good. We're talking about gas station pizza. Calm down, AC Trades. Someone get that guy out of here.
QT
Yeah,
on
quick
every
trip.
corner here. Yeah. The QT, okay. The QT has like the best like breakfast biscuit, like sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit ever. It's so good. Sheets. What the hell is Sheets?
Well, Brooke, I mean, I don't know. Our stomachs are. Apparently, I'm the only person here that can
I've
handle
never heard. I've
Taco
never
Bell,
heard of
so.
Sheets. I've never heard of Sheets, Austin. You ever heard of Sheets? PTFX?
No. Just Austin spreadsheets.
Just Austin spreadsheets. No, dude, I've not. Let me look this up.
I doubt Sheets is better than Bucky's.
Oh, dude, Bucky's is the best. Sheets is a mid-Atlantic convenience chain, so I wouldn't know. And it's actually only in North Carolina and Ohio.
Yeah, Austin, thanks.
Oh, it says and new locations. Let's see what part of the US this place is in. Sheets. Dang, their pizza looks good though, I can't lie. Yeah, it's literally only in Ohio and North Carolina. I'm literally looking at their map right now, dude. No, it's just like the wrong place. Mid-Atlantic. Oh, it's weird. Their location map only shows those two, but yeah, Virginia, North Carolina, Michigan, Ohio. Yeah, never heard of it. You don't like pineapple on pizza, Karl?
All right. There's 9:30 on YM. Let's go.
There you go. Getting this. Oh, look, we're getting
Yeah.
some acceleration here on NQ.
We're running.
Something must have just been said somewhere. Starting to get a little acceleration here. Flabbergasted. U.S. has requested a meeting with Iran's parliament speaker on Saturday. All right, well, it's about time we wrap this up, PTFX. It's about that time. Shut your mouth.
Always trying to skip out early, eh?
Well, when it's boring like this.
It just dropped like how many points in the last little while?
Well, yeah, but it's not fun when you're not trading.
Oh. Sounds like a you problem.
Okay, buddy.
Definitely a you problem.
All right, buddy.
Let me get my camera set up and stuff. But yeah, I mean, I did take a short earlier. I had my one runner holding, but
Dump it. Send it.
I don't even care at this point. I'm in profit, and yeah, it is what it is. If it goes, it goes. If it doesn't, I still did good today. So
It's just a weird day. It's a weird day all around.
it is absolutely.
It's just not typical. It's atypical. Playing catching the knife. U.S. not negotiating from a position of strength. Gunship just casually caught this 200 points with 21 points drawdown. Yeah. This guy.
That's what I caught was the gunship because I'm doing the building, so I had it on my screen.
The lunch break? So
No, the 11 o'clock.
Okay.
The lunch break doesn't happen until 12, so
Gotcha.
I will look at it, but I'm done trading.
Oh, man, I don't blame you. This thing just said, see ya. Here's a 250 point hourly candle.
Nuts.
Keep going. PTFX, an ambiguous day. KC's the minimum standard for pizza. What a move. Yep, well, anyways, while we're wrapping up here, if you want to join the boot camp, scan the QR code in the top left to learn how we trade and what statistics we look at. And more importantly, help you formulate a plan to moving forward so you don't keep repeating the crazy cycle over and over and over and over. Or what's Mick called? The crazy loop? The crazy loop. That's what he does. I just call it being a dum-dum. But, yeah. That's all I got.
What?
I will save you guys from yourselves.
Thank you.
Did you find value in the ambiguous hour trade team? You can find them on X here. Watch them trade daily by joining the Pack Trade Group Discord in the description.
Welcome, this is PackTV.
New day, new place, Bootcamp Focus. Put your money where your mouth is. Justun, Danny, bring the focus. I think we on to something, and you know it's gotta be something to notice. And you know it's gotta be something to notice. I think we on to something. Bootcamp Focus. Bootcamp Focus.
Say Mickey. How is everybody doing? So what I usually do is I go through just sort of what's happening on bootcamp with bootcamp and go through any questions you guys have. I did not set up my screen properly as Doughhead, but as I mentioned, I am in a short off of a gunship indicator that we're building. It will not be on my screen this time, but usually I'll have my stuff live too. I don't trade often in the afternoon. I'd usually just do it through. I just usually have a chat with everybody here, and that's where we go from there. So there's that. For some reason, my camera's not turning on. I don't really know why. I tried to set it up, but it seems to be being a little bit. Because I'm by myself, I don't want to leave you guys again because I could just screw everything up. Saying my camera is there, but it's not letting it pop up. I'm assuming I have to. Other than that, if anybody has any questions about boot camp, now is your time. If anyone wants to go into any questions they have, there is obviously new people. Actually, I'm going to go and announce that we're going live with questions and answers for the boot camp in the group. I'll just announce to them that we are live if they want to come join us and ask any questions they want. So yeah, do please hit me up in the chat if you want to go through anything, or if we're just going to sit here and stare at bars. I am going to be trailing my short at this point because it's freaking nuts how far it's gone. But it's only one contract left anyway, so it's done me good. Let's go to new boot camp. Okay, my camera really should be working. So I'm going to step out for 2 seconds just so I can get my camera on. And Austin was on here, but his screen share is not here. I was going to leave that with you. So give me a quick second, guys. I apologize. I'm going to step out. Go. Voila. All right. So lunch break. Let's take a peek. Gun chip. So the only other trade I may call right now and see what happens with it is the lunch break. I don't know if Austin wants to be showing the new and improved gunship yet live on camera yet, but we are developing something and it's almost there and it's doing quite well. And we're looking forward to bringing that to all the pack members. So a couple of things. If you are a new bootcamp member, obviously, like I said, please ask some questions. You're going through basically the past class videos right now. And I'm going to update them with actually this present class's videos over the next couple of weeks. So you'll have even more content to go through. And then we'll invite you guys in more permanently soon. Once that happens, we will then see where you guys go from there. So there's lots of interesting content coming, lots of interesting ways that we're running the boot camp going forward. So if you have any questions on any of that, please let me know. Other than that, as I said, we're in a little bit of a short here, just sort of trailing because we are moving around. So I'm actually on the computer for that one. I don't always trail, but it's like one contract that we're probably going to be ranging, and we've moved so far here. If it's going to come into here and start popping back at the top, I don't necessarily want to keep that runner going. I might as well just take that extra cash flow and be done with it. But if we are having a pullback just to the 930 and then continuing down, or even a pullback even into here a little bit, actually, I should see, where did I put that? Right there. All right, perfect. Sorry. All done messing with that. I'm going to let the trade do its thing. And yeah, other than that, the only trade I would call potentially, like I said, is another gunship move. I do have the basic gunship on here for what's called the lunch break. And the lunch break is if it does clear here, but I don't think it will actually execute today, come to think of it, because we've hit both sides of the range actually. So because the breakout would have been, we've broken out of that side. So yeah, it actually shouldn't execute today, I don't think, if I'm not mistaken. So anyways, we're going all that. So the short videos before the course using indicators seems hard. I have no clue what to look for. So Emir, I just want to ask, I guess, first off, are you signed up for the next boot camp? Because if you are, the indicators aren't really your first step of action. What you're going to do is head over to, and maybe I'll just pull up Bob actually, and pull up specifically the pack trading group. You'll see a few more things on my screen than what you will see, just because I have editor's rights and I'm looking at, but basically it's the same thing. Let's take that off. Don't really want that there either. I wonder if there's a way of me. So silly. Sorry, it's hard for me to show it without showing too much stuff. But basically, actually, I'll just do this. That will work. So let's share. Okay, perfect. So let me go and switch my shared screen then. Well, lets me share multiple screens. It's warning. Okay, well, I don't want to do that. Place with entire screen. Let's just do that. That should work. Okay, so here's a picture of what you see on the WAP website. Basically, you're part of Bootcamp A, so just ignore some of this other stuff. But there's obviously your indicators that you can grab are right there. That's a really horrible circle. And then right here, Bootcamp A is where you're going to see videos and stuff. So when you click on that, let me just pull that up. So when you click on Bootcamp A, oh, that was for the Discord, actually. Ignore me. Right above that, sorry, this here, Bootcamp. This is what you want. This is the magic. So when you click on Bootcamp, it's going to bring you to a start here in full Bootcamp course. So the next screen you're going to see after that is going to be this one. And start here just goes through some stuff. It actually goes through some of the indicators and whatnot and a few little videos for you to get started with. And then Bootcamp course has all of our July to September course. And then, like I said, I'm going to reload up here our present course that we're in because we've had some changes. So I'm going to start loading up last course that just happened. And that will give you access to 2 full Bootcamp course loads that you can then go through. You're not really looking to play on the charts right away. Day one, you will in a sense. You're going to do something, and I'll get you guys templates later on once we get going. But for now, just take in the content. Don't worry about playing with the stuff too much. If you do get familiar and you go through a whole set of these courses and you want to start playing with some of the indicators, obviously go ahead. This is kind of the ability of you getting in early gives you that ability to kind of start gaining that knowledge up front, start kind of understanding what's going on in there, and all that. So really, there's nothing for you to look for. All you have to do is go to the boot camp, start running the courses. That's really day one, and that's exactly what I put in the pin messages. Just go to WAP and start going through the course, and that is your step 1, step 2, step 3, pretty much. There's really nothing else you have to or should do before we launch the actual course. But if you choose to go any further than that, that's up to you. So does that make sense, Amir? And anybody else that has any questions? But in essence, you've got a lot of content already just in that little bit of information that I gave you there that you can go into. And from there, it's really up to you how deep you want to go and how far you want to go before we kind of launch in mid-April, basically, when we launch the course officially. And then you'll have access to the updated stuff. Started the earlier videos. Okay, there you go. Yeah, perfect. So yeah, so just go through that, and then if you have any questions as you're going through that within reason, you can go ahead and ask. In the most part, we try not to get too involved while you're just kind of catching up. You guys will have access to certain parts of the Discord, like the re-engineerings and any wolf tanks we do in the morning. So you'll have access to some extra little stuff that can be useful, but it also can be overwhelming. So I'd just be cautious with that and how much info you're digesting based on what your needs are. But early on, just kind of go through the courses is kind of the best plan of attack. Other than that, as I said, you will get access to different indicators right away, but I just would shy away from playing with them too much. The other thing we do suggest for a lot of people, if you are not a profitable trader right now, and you need to be honest with yourself, I can't tell you what to do. I can just tell you what we suggest you do, and then you make your own decisions from there. If you are not a profitable trader right now, if you feel that you're still treading water, or you're making some money and then losing some accounts and doing all this stuff, if your cash flow is not 100% positive right now, I would highly suggest stopping trading for while you go through the course the first time through. This is something we've found a lot of success with a lot of our people, because when you're focusing on trading, pardon me, it really distracts you from digesting and learning what you're trying to take on here right now. So as a word of caution, I would suggest that any of the new bootcamp members try and avoid trading for a bit while you kind of start getting this information into your head. We very towards the phase 2 section of the course, we will obviously allow you and suggest that you maybe bring it back in. But the nice thing at that point is any way of trading you did before, you can still adapt that to the new learnings that you have. And you might find all of a sudden, after all these learnings, a switch gets flipped and you start actually becoming profitable. You also might find that you change your ways a little bit and adapt them even further with some of the new learnings you have. And you actually create a plan that is more real to you and not just a whimsical buy here, buy, sell there, whatever kind of style maybe that you dealt with that was maybe more subjective or feelings based. And you'll start bringing in some of this data to help tell you, you know what, today I normally would have been taking longs or shorts in this environment, but now that I've learned this new stuff, I think I need to turn shorts off right now and only long and buy the dips basically. And if that's something that you add to your plan, that becomes a plan that is now yours and not just a plan that you either copied from someone else or that you just based on feelings on the market. You're actually literally taking your 50-50 coin flip and turning it now into something that hopefully will have a better expectancy to it that may be above 50-50. And that's really what one of the big things that a lot of this course and stuff can help you with. So yeah. Any questions on all that, guys? And Amir, by all means, don't hesitate to keep asking. Sometimes we get a lot of involvement in these afternoon shows, and sometimes we get minimal involvement. So, and as you can see, we did what we talked about. So we kind of have dipped into and are potentially sucking back into the 05 and not committing to the 930 and off again. Now that we've done a complete, like we've actually got a pullback now, even though we were looking at possibly a DWP or a DNP all day long. We've now committed to potentially we've actually fully done a DWP. We've had the pullback. Now it's whether we're going to continue, just range out the rest of the day, or whether we're going to see a little bit more flash to the downside towards this P12 high or something. Whimsical. I like that word. Yeah, my pleasure. I like to add silly words here and there for fun. And hey, Goba, welcome. I hope all is well. Anybody else have anything? Like I said, this can be far more interesting if you guys have questions. I really like going through different things and different aspects outside of just trading and stuff. I find it much more interesting, much more entertaining when we can talk about things. Myself, so those of you who maybe are new, I usually go through a little intro of me, and it's a little early for that, but I don't mind going through a little bit. So my journey has been filled with a lot of ups and downs. And although I'm still experiencing some negatives or learning curves with myself, I have definitely turned quite a corner and quite happy to have done so and turned more profitable right now. I don't want to overstate it or get too ahead of myself, but over the last 6 weeks to 2 months, I guess, I have kind of gone into my own little shadow for a little bit. I went on some of the lives and helped out where I could, but also been working with Austin on a few different things, but in turn also started really focusing on me and trying to cure myself of my, as we call it sometimes, fucktardness, for lack of a better term, and start treating this like a business, start becoming profitable, start managing my expenditures a lot better, and not buying too many accounts whereby I probably didn't really have much data behind how much I was spending to how much I was earning. And I know, and I avoided it and almost put my head in the sand for quite a long time, because I knew I was losing more than I was gaining, and didn't want to come to terms with that, and just wanted to keep hopefully betting on red and bringing myself to a profitable situation. So recently I have actually pulled out there's no better term. Yeah, exactly. As Mickey himself says, there is no better term, and he's 100% right. So I have turned quite the corner. I don't want to, like, I'll get it. I'm very open and very open book with everybody, as the people who've been in the pack trading for a long time know, and even the boot camp members who have gone through the boot camp know. I am not. I don't shy away from talking about the goods and the bads, but I haven't had a lot of goods to talk about in a while. But I do right now. So I've had actually 3 payouts on one account. I think I just got approved for my second payout on a second account, and I have a third account that I got to its first payout. That's been all over the last 3 weeks, I think, of those payouts coming through. So a very big push on my profitability, which has been pretty sweet, and I must admit, pretty happy with that. And but now there's still things I need to work out with myself, just like any of you. You still need to make sure you're staying with that consistency, and maybe sticking to your plan, and not going on tilt, and all these different things that we deal with, all these emotions that we deal with when we're clicking that button. And a lot of it is an addiction, right? Like you're getting addicted to that dopamine hit, and getting addicted to that pressing that button, and that can be very detrimental. And even more so right now in this pivot point that I'm in, because I lost my 25K account. So that one I got 3 payouts on, and I ended up losing that account today, actually. And it was a little bit of a fluke, because I got caught in this a little bit and then got irritated and should have just cut my account. I thought I had set it up so that if I lost $500, it closed out my account, and I hadn't clicked the button to make sure that was set up today. And so I ended up really screwing up and blowing that account. The good thing is I have really good cash flow on my other accounts. I did very properly execute my other ones, and I've passed another account today to bring myself back to 3 funded manual trading accounts. So I didn't, and that's a 50K instead of a 25K. I had a very small 25K, which was the one I got my 3 payouts from, which was pretty awesome, and started this whole positive journey. But unfortunately, I have really irritatingly lost that one through stupidity, and a little bit of stupidity, a little bit of it, and a little bit of bad luck, because I got into a small short 3 contracts. Then this happened, because I was playing off the fact that we had a nice shelf here on the 05 boxes, and and then this happened. So I mean, and it was right at the fifth minute, right? So the 05 box had built. I thought we were just going to kind of do a little plug up and then come down, just because we'd wicked off of that. It was part of my plan, but I didn't execute my stop loss fast enough and lost too much, and then wanted to get it back, and just it was really annoying. But from that, I didn't go on tilt and start betting all my accounts. I still properly managed my risk on my other accounts, and ended up with a really good day on both of them. And like I said, passing an account to get myself back to 3 funded accounts. So, and I must admit, that's been one of my things. I tried too hard to very quickly get to a portfolio of accounts, I guess, if you will. And that was, I think, part of my failure was, and I think that's part of a lot of people's failures, is trying to rush things too much, and trying to get to this magical goal of taking too much time to Boo, you were wrong about the shelf. Yes, I was, but I and it's fine. So I ended up passing an account, and so I have my 3 accounts. What was I saying? Oh yeah, we always rush to things, right? And that was part of my journey over the last little while. I was always trying to rush to get 2, 3, 4 accounts so that I could have a portfolio and trade between them, not copy them yet until I got bigger portfolio, all that stuff. And it's rushing that's been probably my biggest failure and my biggest upset for myself. And I think a lot of you have maybe done the same thing with yourselves. And it's just such a detriment to yourself and your psychology and all that kind of stuff when you do that and you try and rush things too much. And it's finally this time, hey Wes, afternoon sir. It's finally that real, and I've always realized I didn't want to rush, but it's telling yourself and stopping yourself from doing it is hard, because I'll do it, and I'll do really good for a couple weeks where I'm using very small contracts while I build up my buffer and all that stuff, and I'm doing the things I should do. And then one day I forget, and I go, oh, this is a really good trade setting up, and I put too many contracts on because I forget that I'm being cautious, and boom, I go and take a really bad loss of a larger amount than I should, because again, I'm rushing and all that stuff. And so it's just a frustrating kind of cycle that and I'm sure many of you got in anyways. Rushing in, killing me now. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, sure, I get you got your respelling there, but yeah, it's, and I think, and I hope this helps you maybe just having these discussions. That's why I have them. But I have these discussions and these open discussions with people because I never know who's in the audience and who's suffering from what. And so by randomly going through these different things, or sometimes not so randomly, because I'm coming to the conclusions myself sometimes real time, or engaging myself with these discussions real time, and by having them openly here in a place where people are listening, hopefully helps one or two of you make the same realization. And if you can do that, and like a day like today, and one of the biggest things that I did that helped me get myself back on level playing field today was going down to just using 2-3 contracts. It's such an expensive day. One little move, and I think Mickey in the live this morning said the same thing. One little move, and even Austin too, one little move was like $250 with 2 contracts, or 1 contract even. So going in with 3 and then protecting your queen, as Mickey talks about a lot, is such a powerful thing to do for yourself and to create that positive expectancy. And then when you build maybe a buffer of $400 or $500 for that day, then maybe you can go with a little more risk, again, still trying to protect your queen, and bump your profits up a little bit, but still not bring yourself back to zero, so you still have some cash flow for the day. And cycling through accounts helps with that too. You mine as well, move on, because can't fix people who aren't even honest. Yeah, 100%. You can't fix, but I don't mind having the conversations, because sooner or later one guy might become honest. But yeah, you got to be honest. And if anybody here who's not honest with themselves, this is going to be your biggest hurdle. And until you become honest with yourself, you're going to keep repeating the same mistakes. So, and yeah, and if you're taking this boot camp, and you're not willing to be honest with yourself, you might as well like honestly go find the door and head out, because it will not work if you're not ready for that. But hopefully you've been through the grind, you've done made all your mistakes, and you're ready to learn and ready to adapt your learnings to your trading. And in which case, like I said, that's where it comes down to: stop trading for a little while, start focusing on the content, go through the videos, and then once you've done that, then start trying to feed that stuff back in and see how it affects your way of trading. So yeah, anyways, any questions, guys? Any things that are bothering you? Any things that you feel like, does anybody have something they want to talk about, something they have in mind? And like, maybe it's not rushing, maybe it's that you're just not budgeting yourself. Like, there's all kinds of different ways that we hinder our progress in this space, and it's never something I will tire to talking about, because I think it's so important that we spend time on those things. And that's really what this focus hour is about going through those different things, having some conversations about them, seeing if we can find ways to help curb those habits. If there are things, nothing's going to work for everybody, but I will talk ad nauseum again about it. Coffee creamer, I am like. Do you have a further sentence of that? I want to talk about. I don't want to talk about Russian, but are you just randomly throwing stuff in here? Your name is random inside our Discord, so I guess that makes sense. Risk management is the worst enemy. Sorry. Let's just put that on the screen. Risk management is the worst enemy. I like that Bootcamp incorporates it. Yeah, agreed. That's probably one of our biggest things. I think there's a lot of things that a lot of trading groups and trading educational environments do to avoid talking about these things, and they often will just go into Austin says this a lot, and he's very passionate, and I love him to death, but sometimes a little crazy passionate. But you got to keep in mind, like, a lot of groups, and I'm sure some of you who are in the boot camp or starting the boot camp have seen, a lot of these groups will keep you in the learning phase. They want to keep you thinking you need to take in more information before letting you loose on the charts. And there's a reason for that, right? It keeps you paying money and that kind of stuff. So our stuff is designed very inexpensively, A, and B, it's there if you need it. You can leave if you don't want to. Like, you go in, you do the boot camp for $100 for 3 months, and then if you find value in it, you join the pack trading group for $60 a month. If you get value from the boot camp but don't find value in the pack, then whatever, you go your merry way and go somewhere else. So really, whatever works for you. We are not a cult. We just give you the information, and then you guys make it your own. And if you make it your own and come and join us and have some fun with us, keep learning with us, then I think there's a lot of value to what we offer for a very low price. Although it is going up, it's going to be 70. I said 60, but I should be saying 75 now. My apologies. It is 75 when you join the pack. But even at that, you're getting, some people love being in the lives, love joining us with all our crazy Island of Misfits fun people that we have. Some people just like taking the value of having the daily profiler website, having the access to the daily candle science, adding access to the indicators, and that in itself is worth the $75 a month to some. And so there's kind of a little bit of everything for everyone, and whatever you get garnish value out of, that's where you appropriate your $75 towards. And if you take advantage of all of it, then that's awesome. You get even more bang for your buck. So yeah, or hide the risk management. That this is also so true, and a great point, Edward. Like, there's so many groups that kind of just go, oh, see what I'm doing, this is what I'm doing, and then they move things around, and you try and reverse engineer how they're doing it and why they magically get all the green wins, and you almost copy trading them can't seem to get the same trade as them, or the same entry and all that stuff. Like, there's so many smoke and mirrors a lot of the groups put into things, and as much as I didn't show you my trade, and I apologize for that, I was already in it beforehand, but you see Cody show his trades, you see Austin and Mickey show their trades very transparently on their live. I mean, we're not hiding stuff, and I'll get to the point that I'll try and find some ways I want to trade the 12 o'clock and 1 o'clock maybe when I'm here, so I can throw some trades in now and then. Like, honestly, if with this breakout, I probably would take this breakout. I'm not going to today. Like I said, I'm already in kind of one contract short, but it would be kind of a tough one because we haven't decided whether we're going long or short. So I might even wait until after this. And this is part of a little teaser, is to the knowledge that we learn. There's a New York 2 building right now, and that's what this box is here. And that will build until 12:30. And at that point, we will then choose a direction. And there's some value to that direction that we choose, often with some probabilities attached to it, which is where we'll make choices sometimes around trades. So I definitely did get pretty heavy in the 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock kind of time frame for a while, and found some really good success with it. I might get back to that, but in the most part, I'm here to be less focused on the trades and more focused on us having some good conversations, hopefully. And like I said, very helpful when you guys throw in some stuff and talking points in the chat. Other than Mickey, he doesn't need to throw any talking points in there. Got to give away a little bit of plot, Wes. Got to give him a little bit of the ideas. How'd you do today in all this mess? You don't have to say it on here. Wes and I are two brothers from another side of the country. He's out in the other side of the country, but he and I chat quite a bit and have found some solace in each other's sorrows for a while. But we're trying to turn that around. I'm turning myself around and hopefully bringing him along with me so we both can see some really nice profitability going forward. And now we're coming up to previous day mid. So that's whether we're going to try and eat up the rest of this candle. So what do we end up doing? So this news candle happened. Our low a day was there, but our low a day for this after. Not bad on. Nice. Good to hear. Hopefully some of those things that we've been implementing are helping, or chatting about have been helping. So our midpoint of this New York one session is right there. So this will be an interesting point, whether we either bounce or whether we carry through here to the downside and eat up the rest of this news or twit candle or X candle, whatever the hell you want to call what Trump did earlier today that caused this massive craziness. Already just with, that's right, I should put these up whenever already just with a few bootcamp videos, I feel more informed and empowered. Nice. Love to hear that. That's awesome. So, and if anybody wants to know about what we're talking about here, so we've got a few new people to the bootcamp that have started seeing the previous courses. So you can use this QR code or whatever you want. There's a link inside the Discord under Get Access. Step one for joining the Pack Trading Group is the bootcamp. You go through 3 months of learning, and right now you have access. Right now, anybody signing up for this right now, we're inviting you in right away. So the $100 gets charged, and you come in right away. What are you doing, Austin? Coming to give some sauce. I should show my trade too, but I have it on another computer. So you pay your $100, you automatically get access right now. There's a little chat group that we've started in case you guys have any general questions, not specific to learnings, just more where you're getting the learning and all that stuff. And then you have access to a full session of bootcamp videos. So you can go through, they're all live videos that Mickey taught to everyone, and you can go and watch all of those right now and get well versed before the bootcamp actually starts. So you're getting value right out of the gate with that. Plus you get access to all the indicators right away. So if that's something you want, then grab that QR code or just come into the Discord or whatever works for you. And yeah, that's that. And we are getting ready. I guess Austin does have that up there. I might pull that up for just a second because this was basically the trade I took as well. Whoops, I meant to take this off. So I'll pull that up for a second. So this is the gunship. So this is one of the indicators Austin's put a ton of work in. It looks like we're just about to hit TP on his final contract, maybe. Hard to see that. We're not quite zoomed in and I can't control that one, but that last little push we just did just brought us pretty close to that TP. And I think I'm still in that one, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I am. Yep. So, so really good day for me. With this trade was kind of icing on the cake. I already had some profit in, and I was able to protect my queen pretty quickly with this breakout off the gunship. So the gunship has got a mix of nine moves, I think, because we've added magic hour to it, and it's a mix of 9 moves. This is something you only get access to once you finish the boot camp, and it will give you access to. It is very cool. It will give you access to these different moves. Here's a basic version. Actually, his version's got up there, but we have a basic version. This new version that you're seeing with all these green boxes and stuff, and this cloud on it. This is going to be that's 11 o'clock break, Wes. The 12 o'clock hasn't broken yet, or just broke now. But the 12 o'clock is lunch break, and it actually was invalidated. Actually, so it's not even. I'm using the word actually a lot. What the? Get over there. Cancel that. So I don't believe. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the gunship. Yeah, yeah, it was invalidated because it hit the top of the range. So, anyways, not getting into too much detail of that, but the gunship right now, the move that we're in is the 11 o'clock. So so the box that you're seeing on there are basically probabilities, MAEs, basically, or MFEs, sorry. And then the lines up above it are the MAEs. I can't speak today. Wow. So they're just showing you kind of your potential drawdown that you can expect, and then your basic idea of how far that trade could go. And then based on that, you build a trading plan around it. So the really cool thing about gunship, I think that, well, 2 things. We're hopefully going to automate something that'll give access to people. Oh, he's going no candleless. He's just going in. He's just flipping some stuff out. So we're going to be there's going to be basically an upgraded version of what we have now, which is this guy, which gives you kind of some ideas of where the MFEs, MAs are, to a much more robust and user-friendly tool that will have all these green boxes, the clouds, a lot of data behind it. It's pretty epic what we've done with it. Mostly Austin, and then I've kind of done all the Mickey Mouse stuff, making it work. using Claude. And then we'll have the automated version, which will then take what we've done here in, and I'm just gonna move this, sorry, I'm showing the basic one. What we've done here and then added the layers onto it, which are, so these are all the different moves the gunship has taken. And as you can see, it's done quite well today. Even this long that it took out of the gate hit long. These are not necessarily the indicators, but it just gives you the MAEs and MFEs, so what you expect it to do. And the shorts did quite well. And obviously these longs this afternoon, and now some shorts now have all been hitting. So pretty crazy stuff. So we've added some crazy context to it and some data and all kinds of stuff to it to make it far more robust, which is what Austin's showing you on this screen. And then on top of that, we're going to take that and move it into an automated design, which you'll be able to use NinjaTrader for. So this is really one of the biggest upgrades the Pack Trading Group has almost finally completed. This has been a really long journey, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from Austin especially, but it actually is really coming to fruition. So I'm helping him do a lot of the final touches on the indicator that you're seeing on your screen right now. And then that'll be out for everyone in the Pack group to use to build their own plans from. And then the automated stuff will start getting worked on after that and getting that all set up. So a little bit of cool info there for you guys and where your money kind of goes for the Pack Trading Group. Bootcamp stuff is all separate. So those are all for the for Mick and the developers and stuff, and that goes into other stuff. So it's not like this money is just us raking in the dough. It's there to help build these tools and create better value for you guys. And I don't think, again, a lot of groups put in this much work into their users. So yeah, thank you for the kudos, and hopefully that makes you more excited for the time you're about to put in to the bootcamp. So yeah, other than that, the bootcamp now is pretty much, you can go kind of at your own pace. So go nuts with that. And if you guys have any other questions, let me know. I'll get back over here. We're making a little bit of a pullback again, but at this point we're below the 930, so I'd be more inclined to sell rips than I would be to buy dips, but until we get told otherwise, so until we can get back into the 930, we're making a pretty good climb at it right now. So we'll see how that goes. I will stick around for a few more minutes. If you guys have any other questions, please let me know. And then I'm usually here till about 1 o'clock. I might leave a few minutes early. And what we'll do is we'll have this gunship displayed on the screen for you after I leave for a little while until 3 o'clock, when we will do our re-engineering, which is basically when we take the daily chart and we start looking at it. And look at that. Actually, I didn't realize it literally bounced right off of that. Now it's previous day mid, of course, too. So there's a lot of power to this point right here. And you'll see that as you go through all our data and stuff. So there definitely was a point here where there was a chance of it bouncing, and it definitely did that. I know hindsight 2020, guys. I'm not calling trades right now. I'm just sort of telling you live price action, what we're seeing. And this was definitely a good point of rejection right here, and we're seeing it play out. But that doesn't mean it's not going to come back through, right? This could be just a pullback from that test, and then next time around it's either going to bounce again or it's going to fade right through and start heading to settlement, and then the P12 and stuff. So really cool. This was a crazy day, and definitely I don't think on anybody's bingo card, but it's definitely played out quite nicely in the end. And that's what re-engineering is all about. So we take a lot of the stuff we've learned in the boot camp and we apply it to a chart where we already know the answers to the test. But the nice thing there, getting those reps in, and something that everybody should do in the boot camp, is when you start re-engineering with the stuff you've learned, and doing them yourself with maybe the basic information that you have and whatnot, those kind of things will help you ingrain your habits, ingrain the learnings, make sure you're seeing the daily candle and the wicks and all the movements inside the daily candle in a new way. And as you go through that, it's going to help you really put the learnings to the test and really ingrain the learnings as you go through. So as you're going through videos and you're seeing us learn the 05 boxes, I would go through every day and re-engineer that day using the 05 boxes and see how things moved. And then once you learn the 05 boxes and the 3-hour line in Apex, as you go through those courses, re-engineer your day using that data and seeing how the day flowed and which hours performed really well and which hours didn't, and what was different about them, and how did they create the apex, and what time did the apex come in? Was it a similar time to last time when you re-engineered the day before? All these different mindset things will add a lot of value to you as you learn and as you pick up this stuff and figure out this stuff for yourself. So yeah, lots of babbling there, but hopefully it adds some value to all you guys who are hanging out with me. Is that the QR clicks now? I've changed things around a bit. Yeah, any other questions or anything, guys? We're just seeing that pullback, and now it's kind of lost a little bit of steam. We're going to see if it's going to keep going or not. Some of Cody's stuff that he goes through is here. Oh, I'm showing that stuff. Not supposed to show that stuff. Where am I going here? Where's my chart I want? There it is. Nope, that's not it. There it is. So some of the stuff we'll learn later is I didn't even set this one up yet. So yeah, we're below. And for our afternoon, there's kind of our MFE average. Okay, interesting. We could still see a little bit more of a downturn. I didn't even set this one up yet. Oh, that's fine. And this is Cody's indicator. So this is another who you saw earlier this afternoon. You see him use this quite a bit. And if we can break out, this is kind of his claim to fame, and it does quite well. It's quite a neat little thing. I really enjoy looking at it. So and here we are. So we've got in 50% of the 05 box, and away we are rejecting it potentially. So we'll see how that goes and whether we can finally confirm long or short for the afternoon session, because right now we have none. And New York, because of that news candle, we ended up none, and broken, which is crazy. So that is not something we see out of New York very often. And this is stuff you'll learn later on in the course, and when you get access to the website and whatnot. There's also journaling software. Actually, I think this is one of the things that gets probably not enough. And I gotta get better at using it. But if you head to the Daily Profiler, you'll get access to the website later on, and you guys will have access to the Daily Profiler and all this different stuff. Again, talking to the brand new bootcamp members. Once the course starts, we'll get you inside the Discord in a little bit bigger way with access to more information even. And some of that stuff will be the Daily Profiler website login, as well as which inside there has the Daily Profiler. It has the journaling software and Candle Science. These are all things that they've developed that are and everybody, it's kind of neat how different members kind of attach themselves to different tools and resources that they find really speak to them. And that's going to be part of your journey as you guys go through the boot camp and find out what kind of works best for you and what tools are the most logical for your mindset. And that's a really cool kind of aha moments for a lot of people when we see people kind of really attached to the Candle Science or really attached to the Daily Profiler or any of those different tools that we have. It's always neat to see how they kind of are magnetically drawn towards certain ones, if you will. All whimsically like. So yeah, so we're in the last little bit. Yeah, so I want to see how this 15-minute, how the last 15-minute kind of happens, because the last 15 minutes can be such a funny one. We have created it, so those of you who have gone through a couple of the courses would probably know about Instat High and Instat Low. And basically in the first 15 minutes, oftentimes we'll create the Instat High or Low, followed by, if it's fully Instat, it will be a fourth quarter of the opposite. So we've created the high, we broke the low. So in essence, just for easy illustrations here, of the first 15 minutes, here's your high and here's your low. And as you can see, we've broken the low. So this is now an Instat High. So the idea will be, potentially, in this next 15 minutes, as we get into the last 15 minutes of the hour, that we will break this low in order to create an Instat line. As you see here, we had an Instat High and a very Instat Low. Though creating for the 3 hour an apex, which is the up and the down. So lots of stuff to learn. Not all of this has to kind of fit into your brain right now, but it is going to be neat as you unlock these things and unlock these tools and figure out how this all works. And again, how it works best for you. So come on, guys. Any questions? Got 30 of you out there hanging out with me, so appreciate y'all for chilling with me. It's gonna be interesting to see if we can do another 05 breakout and whether we can break this low, or whether we're just, and the cool thing is we could break this low but just do it by like a wick and then head back up, because again, this is a pretty powerful zone right here, with it being the 50% of the 3 hour. Actually, it's not even the 50% of the 3 hour, it's like 50% of the 6 hour. That's true. Crazy. Because the 3 hour 50% is technically right around here. So neat. It's all so neat. So probably throw the chat up there. Wish you could label these instead of being MNQ or whatever. I could label them my labels so I know which one's which to go through them. I know them off by heart normally, but so yeah, so it's gonna be really interesting to see, because we're basically coming up to the last 15 minutes. So we got another 2 minutes or 1 minute now. We should get a little push on volume around here potentially. And we'll see if it can do the instat or if it's going to be an apex, because again, we got our 1230. So at this point, it's going to be a lot of work for it to go long. So we could end up with another friggin' none, which is insane, because we've got a fairly big New York 2 session here. So if we can't break out the bottom, it's going to be interesting to see if we can put in enough volume to bring ourselves back up here to actually confirm long. But that's, again, we've got a really expanding volatility day. So where are we at for distro? Because we've probably already spent our distro for. So New York 2, yeah, we're almost triple our distro for New York 2. That's crazy. So yeah, so we've already moved as far as we might move, and then some. So. And I mean, today 900, our 10-day average median right now is 452, and we've done double that almost, or we have done double that. Sorry, crazy. London, because this was part of London, was nuts. Stats be statin. It's crazy. Pardon me. Oh, I thought I didn't finish my coffee today. I was going to be pretty upset with myself. There we go. That's a pretty decent volume candle off the first candle of the 15-minute. So we're going to have to see if it can break the high of the hour or not, or whether this is going to be a little bit of a false move and come on back down. Yeah, once we get close to the end of this hour, I'll be closing things down. Like I said, we'll pull up the gunship that Austin had here, and we'll probably just turn the chat on the side, and you guys can chill out if you want to keep watching it and see how it does. I think I'm probably out of my. Oh, maybe not. I'm still in it. That's right. I have it. If it breaks up above here, then my trade will be done. But otherwise, it's still in. See if we can break that. Pardon me, sorry. My bad, yawning on stream. There we go. Eat up that whole candle. Why don't you? Interesting. No, looks like it's going a little bit in a negative there, but And that's the thing with this trade that you're seeing on Austin's screen. I can pretty much 110% guarantee there was already some other contracts on there, and he's fully protected the queen. So he's probably taken off some profit during this down move. And then what's left is still profitable. So even if it hits the stop loss, there's probably still profit that was to be had for that trade. So I know that's how I am, even if mine goes back. Yeah, it's the runner. Exactly. Figured. There we are. There's the answer to the test. So, oh yeah, there it is. Nice. I already knew that was the case, but always good to get affirmed. There we go. So couldn't break out of the 05 yet. And we're making a little creep down again from this 1 hour. So yeah, we'll stick around. I am curious to see if this can kind of come down here and create a 3 hour line, or a 1 hour line, sorry. But not betting the horse on it, that's for sure. But curious if it does it while we're live. And then after that, we'll just let this guy run and see what happens. So, and then I'm going to go back to working on some of this stuff so we can get this out to the pack members. Oh, no, I have a meeting at 12, at 1. And then I'll go to that. Any other questions, guys, before we close out? Because otherwise we're just watching candles burn for a bit. Oh. That was just the boot camp. Good. Just messaging back a few people. Sorry, guys. Just a couple messages there that I wanted to attend to. All right. Nothing, guys. No questions. No other things you want me to go into. No anecdotal pieces of my life in the history of trading that you want me to go into. My trades today, just to kind of go through them a bit. I did do a long off of here. That was most of my day on both of my accounts, and then short there. Oh man, of course when I'm live my kid decides to go nuts on the thing. I gotta go let them in, so I'm gonna go off camera for a second. Kid doesn't bring their key with them, so they can't get in the house. Half of mine just to leave them there, but and here we are making our little descent potentially. This would be really neat if it does create the line. And At that point, I'll probably be looking to stop my trade because there is a good, oftentimes for the afternoon session, the 115 to 145 can be an apex. So I'll either trail my stop loss and go from there. What are you laughing at, Wes? Oh, the kid thing, probably. That's right. You guys are always a few seconds. Teach them. Yeah, exactly. I always forget sometimes you guys are a few seconds behind me. Problem is with these 19-year-olds is the lessons are so short-lived. You teach them a lesson, but then the attitude you get for it is almost not worth teaching the lesson. They're a good kid in the most part, though, so. All right, my meeting is going live there in a second, so I might cut this in a moment and start switching our music over. But as I said, we'll keep this up, this trade up that he has going until 3 o'clock when we do our re-engineering. If you guys are here for the first time, please do join us for the re-engineering. I think it's a pretty important thing that we go through that gives a really good value to how to see the candles after the fact and how to kind of break down the day in a really meaningful way. And yeah, hopefully you guys find some value in that as well. The good thing is most of the pack, anybody that's new to the boot camp, you will get access, I believe, to the classrooms and like even the last few classrooms, which will mostly be wolf tanks, which is when boot camp members present their plan that they've created from what they've learned and or adapting what they've learned to their old plans. And so it's a really great learning opportunity for both them and others. So you'll have access to those. And then the re-engineerings during the week that we don't do live here, you will have access to those inside the boot camp as well. Some of them may go over your head because they're going to be obviously based on the knowledge that the members are going through right now. But it's still, again, I think will hold value, especially if you've had a chance to go through some of the videos already. Then you're going to get some value from that. So give this another few minutes. We got another, I'm going to probably cut it a few minutes early so I can get into my meeting, but we'll see how this goes. But if that does end up coming down here, that would be pretty crazy. That's going to be a large move for the last few minutes, but crazier things have been done, including that, which was pretty darn crazy. But it's probably just going to range out here and be a doji candle, because our open is right here too. So and it's having a hard time even breaking the open. So any last questions before we go? Otherwise I'll keep this up and I'll leave you guys to it. Anything else, don't hesitate to ask inside the Discord. You can at me anytime inside the Discord or open a ticket if you have any private questions. But in the most part, I do suggest people ask questions in the Discord, even in the free chat. It does help everyone else who's maybe looking around to see what's going on. And yeah, other than that, we are trying to make, so there's my screen for one last second because it's a little more zoomed in, I guess, than his. And then we'll put the gun chip up. Oh, Austin's playing with some things, I think. So yeah, so we're just kind of having a hard time breaking the open. So the open of the hour is right here. So we're really just ranging ourselves out here. But there definitely is some potential volume. So we'll see if it ends up heading down. Otherwise, the new hour is going to start and we'll see some good volume either way for that and be looking to see which way an 05 breaks. And if the 05 breaks to the downside, then I'll hold my trade. If it starts breaking to the upside, I may start looking to cut it because, again, at this time, there's oftentimes a good chance of an apex. So we'll see what happens with that. Otherwise, whoop, I didn't mean to do that. Otherwise, we will leave you with that. So I'm going to throw Austin's screen back up here. And he will do the rest. And I'm going to send you guys out with our outro. And then Austin can set himself up for the rest of the afternoon until we do our re-engineering. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. I do really appreciate these times. If you did enjoy some of this conversation, then please do come bearing some more questions or talking points if you'd like next time. We do this every Monday. And really, this one is just not really so much about the trading, although we talk about it a bit. It's really here just to kind of refocus ourselves, take a look at the goods, the bads, the ugly. And yeah, I usually talk through my journey in hopes of helping some people with their journey. So thanks, guys, and have a wonderful rest of your day.
Did you find value in the Bootcamp Focus team? You can find them on X here. Watch them train daily by joining the Bootcamp link in the description.
All the people all around me keep telling me how they're feeling, what they're thinking, what they see. Saying all these other people, they do the same. Maybe you should change your ways, you could get a taste. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's. I do what I wanna do because I can. Not gonna change who I am to fit in. I don't care what other people have to say. They don't know what's in my brain or in my veins. I'm just thinking, don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's overrated what they say, and don't they know it's. Overrated what they say, and don't they know it.
I walk where the silence screams through cracks in the broken dreams. This world ain't made for me. Shadows try to drag me down, but I'm the fire in this ghost town. I won't play their symphony. They say no, no, no. I say go, go, go. I'm against the current, running wild. Feel the beat erupt, my heart's untied. No chains, no cage, no rules to obey. I'm against the current, blaze my way. They build walls with their empty pride, but I'm the flood. I'll drown their lies, I'll break what they call fate. Their waves crash, I ride the storm. The rebels' anthem is reborn. This spark will detonate.
Be who you wanna be, believe what you wanna believe. There's no better than that. Try to follow your own path. It can be difficult to see. Everyone looks happy but me. I know it's not as it seems, but it's hard when your life's not a meaning. For yourself, do what you want. Mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing, I don't mean to be a pest. Think through what you want, what you want. There is our world, body, It's good to try new things, no harm in giving it a go. It might be difficult at first, you might not get it, but who knows? Don't think too much, I think you'll do alright. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you can make it out alive. For yourself, do what you want. Mind on your own. Don't lose your head, I'm sure you got it under control. You're gonna be fine as long as you mind on your own. I'm not the one to say I only wish you the best. Just keep doing what you're doing, I don't mean to be a pest.
PackTV. Sit back, relax, and watch how we day trade with statistics.
I did it. I'm going up. I'm blowing up. Rappers folding up. That mean they fold. I'm taking off. I'm shaking off. Yeah, it's time to show them how to be the coldest. I'm the same old kid that you always knew. I'm stacking up wins and I'm counting them. These rappers are fakes. I can't none of them, and I'm only getting started. That's the problem, huh? That's the problem, huh? I'm on the up and up. Now I'm coming up. I'm going dumb and done up. And they just running up. It's not a one and done. It's just one of them. And I'm only getting started. That's the problem, huh? That's the problem, huh? Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo. Yeah. Woo.
They rigged the race long before your first breath. Signed your name in the ledger, made a bet on your death. Puppet masters and neckties, count your hours like cash. Presidents pushing their pieces while you fade in the ash. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. A lead over production, too many mouths have thrown. China rise in the rear view, old empires turn to bone. Same damn cycle, same sharp teeth in a grin. They sell you fate on a pay-per-view, call it virtue, call it sin. Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. You never learn a script they spin, cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, let it rain, let it rain. Burn it down, burn it down. Burn it down, burn it down. You were born in the crossfire, raised on a rerun lie. Told to choose a side in a cage fight they already fixed on high. But the match don't matter when you torch the ring. Kick the crown off the dealer, hear the chain dog say, hey! Game theory kings in a smoke-filled room, writing out the rules to your ruin. The world ain't chaos, it's their game. Their game. You never learn the script they spin, 'cause they don't want you to ever win. Flip the fucking board, light the fuse, watch them drown, burn it all down. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Oh, rise up now, rise up now. Gonna burn out. Gonna burn out. Check. Spitting with a vengeance, no repentance, and it's for my descendants. Don't be out here in these trenches, 'cause these trenches turn to ditches, and these ditches turn to prisons, and you lose your independence. But I can last, I'm stupendous. Running wild and sipping Guinness in the cup with all the misfits. I just made a few of them some millionaires. I had to burn a few of them, they didn't care. I had to earn a few of them some clientele. And still we broke the bank, so don't you dare. Tryna knock me on my path against foul, no rap. Knew this life was hard, so I'm taking no steps. While I'm light years ahead of you and I fear no death. But I'm far from invisible, if not hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that, hold that. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. Keep my head high and I keep on going. Even though my pain shows, I'm focused. Even though the flames glow, I'm frozen. I be burning all day and I keep on. They say the world's a scary place. never done it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself. Don't tell me that I'm losing and I'm losing. You don't know what it's like in hell. I told you not to do it, but you went and did it yourself. Don't tell me I can do it, if you ain't ever done it yourself. And they know that they not like us. We ain't gon' do it. The only thing that can stop me is me. If you're doing this for the women, you losing. Do this shit for yourself. I do this shit for myself.
some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house. Oh yeah. Let's get some noise in this house.
Welcome, this is PackTV. This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! This is re-engineering time on PackTV. Re-engineering! And this is re-engineering time on PackTV.
Justin, can you turn this music down? This is awful. Like a lot more, a little bit more. Thanks, dude. Yeah, that's even better. It's blaring in my ears. Weird. There we go. That's better. Thank you. All right, how's everybody doing? Send a link out, get everybody in here. Let's do some. All right. Good grief, right, Trey? It was awful. All right, so let's start on the daily. All right. Now, the whole purpose of re-engineering, believe it or not, is to cherry pick, hindsight, boo the crap out of our systems. What the exact point was, what right looked like, all of it. Right? Because when you use a repeatable workflow system that you use to make decisions around and manage risk around every single day, then what a re-engineering should do is simply point out things that you missed because you're in a trade and your mind was cluttered around, are you going to win or are you going to lose? Or, trying to read things that don't even matter or getting distracted with life, whatever, right? The whole purpose of re-engineering is to sit here and re-engineer the day, read the tape of how you did, how your systems did, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So we read it, we point out the cherry-picked thoughts, we point out the exact locations where decisions should have been made, right? And we do it that way, right? So starting off on the daily chart, right? We know that. I'm sorry about that, Brown Mellow, right? Like I was out of town and, that's all she wrote. we will get back to it today. All right. So starting on the daily chart, we know from a candle science approach, it's all about what we did the last 2 days, not so much what we've done today. All right, but we're looking at this at settlement of the day. So we would take Friday at settlement, what Friday did, and what Thursday did to put probabilities on this. All right. So we knew that, right? Thursday was a red day. Friday was a red day. Friday closed below Thursday's low. So we had that selected. And we knew coming into Monday or Sunday night that there was a 61% probability of taking out the previous day low, and there's a 30% probability of taking out the previous day high. Right? We knew that once we took out the previous day low, there's a 613 sample based off of what Thursday and Friday did. That this yellow line will represent the previous day low, and that the 30th percentile reversal zone would be at 0.39. So right here at the beginning of the green box, that should be 0.39 right there. That only 30% of the data out of the 630 something data sets of these two candle signatures, once we took out the low, reversed at this point. So we know that it's likely if we come down here and suck back into the range, it's more likely to come back down, right, from a percentile standpoint. We know that the median, which is the 50% mark, is at 0.74, which is where the green meets the red. Right? We know that 50% of that 600% data set reversed here, and 50% of it continued going lower. And then 70th percent is where we start at percentile is where we start identifying anomalies, right? Meaning that 70% of the time we reversed right here at this red, and that's all she wrote. So we know that that is at 1.29, which is why I have it drawn out, right? We know, so we knew as of Friday, and we got to think about it all week and how we were going to play this, right? That there's higher probability of taking out the low, and that this was the high probability reversal zone once we took out that low, right? We knew that the upside, right? The upside portion of it, we'd be watching previous day mid and watching previous day opening price. On a full healthy candle like this, it doesn't matter, because by the time you're at the opening price, you probably should get smacked if you think you should sell it, and you can't see the momentum going up, right? So we we pay attention to the previous day mid, and how do we accept or reject it, because that's the alert if we're going to go for the other probability. Because what we can see right here, that when we lose that opening price, right, the probabilities go 60 to take out the high and only 43 to take out the low, right? And so that kind of is what happened today. So while we're here, because I always like to forget to do it, now we're going to take today's price action and Friday's price action and put probabilities on tomorrow's candle. All right, so let's do that real quick. All right, reset filter at 3,773 days. We know that Friday was red, that today will close bullish, that we achieved taking out the high, and we achieved taking out the low. So we can see that there's a 79% probability, that tomorrow will take out the high. Wait a minute, let me fix something. Okay, the amp closed. All right, yep. High, low, cool. Yep, so there's a 79% probability that this high will get taken out tomorrow. 79. And so what does that say about previous day low? Which would be right here. Right, we can see that there's a 13% chance that we take out the low. Now, let's say we open up and overnight we lose previous day mid and we come reach the previous day opening price. Well, what does that do to the probabilities? Well, we can see that would drop the previous day high to 63%, and that would increase the previous day low to 41. I did, Mello. Thank you for asking. All right, so 63 and 41. So we're going to come up here in the parentheses, put 63 and 41 right here. So we know that that means we have to bridge previous day mid, which would be today's mid, and start trending to the previous day opening price. That's the confirmation, alerting confirmation of it. So now that we know that there's a higher probability to take out previous day high, let's use data to figure out what we're going to target. Now we know that based off of yesterday and today, this has only happened 150 times, the 2-day pattern that we're looking at. All right, so right here, this yellow line represents the previous day high. Right, and we can see that the 30th percentile goes up to 0.32. So we can start seeing some skewness. That's good enough. Right there. Now we're going to do the 50th percentile, which is at 0.47. And then we will do the 70th percentile, which is at 0.78. There we go, close enough. So we can see that the data kind of thinned out and our zone isn't as big as usual, right? That's because of the sequence of this. It has less data set. You have less engulfing candles on the daily chart, whether it's red or green the day before. It's a lower common signature, right? So our data is a little bit, skewed smaller within our range. But we can see that it's above the NFP Friday 50% mark. And our previous month 50% is right there. All right. So now from a candlesticks chart, or from a 1 hour perspective, a weekly perspective, when we came into last night, we knew that one thing to be true, right? We're not going to sit here and try to say that we predicted that we would get a 3% move at 7 o'clock. But the one thing that we did know coming into the open, right, the 1800, is that over the last year, right? Right, we went as low as 2.42% off of our weekly level right here, right? So we hit the 25% probability of to the downside, right? We know that we have a 50 basis points above that weekly level. Right here, that has a 90% probability, meaning it's happened 47 out of the last 52 weeks, right? We also know that to the upside 1% right there, right, that this one right here had a 76% probability, right? So this had a 76, this had a 90% probability. And all this in between is high probability to the upside movement, right? Because we opened up below previous week's low, right? We opened up in a very uncommon area, right? And so we can expect some retracement from the weekly perspective. These are weekly targets, right? So now tomorrow's Tuesday, and we hit them both today, right? So now tomorrow's Tuesday, right? We can tell that from a weekly perspective, that we made a low of the week. As long as we're above, sorry, we've kind of made an MAE to MFE movement and a high probability MAE time, meaning that the mode and majority of the median had been put in at this time from a weekly candle perspective, right? Now, that's not to include the probabilities of retracement on Sundays, right? So there is probabilities out there of a Wednesday and Thursday retrace back to Sunday price, just like there's a probability out there that Sunday and Monday retraces the Tuesday, and same with Friday, right? Range, right? There's probabilities of actual day of the week retracing back. And the one that we know to be very true, before I go into that, but we also know from a weekly perspective, we've hit the MFE 50%, meaning out of the last 56 weeks, 50% of them hit this to the upside. We've hit both high probability weekly targets, right? So we're going to pay attention here, right? When we do that, I got to sneeze, so give me a second. All right. So we're going to do that because we know that right now we're at previous week 50% and we're failing to close above previous week's 50%, right? But the way I read lows and highs of weeks, right? I know from a time standpoint and price standpoint what's high probability. But live price always gets to say, right? We know that, there's a lot of times that we get retracements back into Sunday's range, Sunday's range, Sunday's range, Sunday's range, Sunday's range, Sunday's range. We stayed there the whole week. This one, we came back to it, right? So we're going to be very well aware that there is statistics that say we can't keep going this lower, right? So what we do is we're going to use Tuesday, 9:30 to 10:30 in this Sunday range, right, to determine, right, which one of these is high of the week or low of the week. Now, if Tuesday opens up and we get above it and we start printing to the high side, then we'll lock this in as the low of the week. And then we know that majority of the time, your MFE, meaning the body of the candle, in this case, it'd be low of the week to high of the week. That doesn't even get typically put in. The median is on Thursday at 3 o'clock. The modes are on Friday, right? So we're going to keep this in the back of our mind, just like last week, right? As we're going into Friday, we're keeping this in the back of our mind to make a low of the week in Friday, right? We also know that we can't just blindly say low of the week's in. So we're going to let live price Sunday and Tuesday's range. If we're above it, below it, if we're between it, we're neutral, right? We don't know. We're gladly able to admit that we might not know, right? But if we're above both of them, we're going to say, the low of the week's locked in, and I'm expecting higher prices, right? If we're below Tuesday and below Sunday, because we know that this Sunday has a high probability retracement, right? So moving on. All right. So, right, we kind of caught on to this. A lot of people in the pack and the daily profile were eyeing this way before this candle. This was already in their weekly trade plan because we do the same thing every week. We just didn't expect it to get hit within a 5-minute candle the way it did. So either way, right now we're going to go to the daily profile. And we are going to skip, right? There's no point in me. We're going to just do live price today because there's no point in me running the numbers on an anomaly day. Well, why is it an anomaly day? Well, I'll tell you why. Let me log in. All right. There's not many days where we get no direction or anything in Asia. We get no direction. And there's not many days where New York 1 doesn't give us a direction at all. Right? Period. Right? At all. And we didn't get a direction for New York 2. So this is useless data for us. As hard as that is to say, it is, right? Because we have such an expansive range, right? So we're going to ignore that part right now. All right, we're just going to chalk it off as an anomaly day. What we will do, though, is our live price, because live price gets to trump historical data, and it gets to lead historical data when historical data is, doing its thing. Enable/name. I'll probably have to turn that back on for the 10 basis points. All right, so let's get to work. Starting with live price at 9:30. right? If you're new to the boot camp or part of this graduating class, from 9:30 to 10 o'clock, what am I looking for daily classifications? So the first thing we notice is we're rejecting the 25 basis points of the 930, stepping over and finding over the 50 and the 75 and finding footing in between. Right? We start breaking out to the upside, 10 basis points away. Every 1 minute candle, were you paying attention? Is it going to swipe? Is it going to retrace? Or is it moving with purpose? Right? If it moves from 9:30 to 9:35 away, and from 9:30 to 10 o'clock away from this 9:30 price with purpose, what kind of daily classification are we expecting? Like if we just move fast and furious from a time and a price standpoint, we say 9:30 price has got cuties, right? What daily classifications are we anticipating? Type it in the chat. A DWP, and which one do we pair DWPs with? We don't just say DWP. There's two per DWP or range 2, and if we sit there and consolidate and swipe, then what classification are we anticipating? A DNP and a range 1, right? So this is good enough between 9:30 and 9:45 to tell us that this is a complex 9:30, so we're expecting range 1 or DNP, right? But it is pretty cool how these 50%, 75% levels, 25% levels found footing. Even the 10 basis point, once we stepped over it, we found footing on it, right? So like when ranges get too big, right? One thing I teach is that like a lot of you breakout traders like to take the 1 minute breakout, and that's going to sustain. You're going to have the position size off of a 93 handle move, right? I don't necessarily think that's good or bad, but one way to mitigate some of that risk is to look at these levels inside, right? Right. Instead of taking that, you can take your stop there, your stop there, your stop there to mitigate some of that risk, right? But make sure you collect data on it. All right. So we've identified that 930 was complex. Our framework is we're thinking range 1 or DNP, right? So now we're going to talk about when, right, DNP comes off the table. All right, new hour opens. There's your wick. There's your previous hour 50. And now we're going to talk about probability flags. Right? If you're new to the boot camp, you're going to watch videos on it. You're going to do it a million times. But the red flags, your Dale Earnhardt flags, represent the 1 hour. The bright pink one, the Jeff Gordon flags, and it represents your 3 hour probabilities. Right? So now what's going to happen is we're going to play the probability game in the live price element, right? So we know we're going into this hour opening above previous hour 50, above 930. No sense in shorting the market, right? I want to see a footprint rejection. Means we come up into this footprint, reject 50%, we breach previous hour 50, or a sweeper, right? We look above 9 o'clock's high, we suck back into the range, make an instat high, breach previous hour 50, right? And then I'm allowed to anticipate to sell the rips, right? But right now, going into 10 o'clock, we know that the 1 hour probabilities and the 3 hour probabilities are above us. Right? And then let me put our opening prices on. And this is why we do this, because I sound like an idiot. From a 3 hour approach, you take out the high. Previous 3 hour is way below us, so we know probabilities are still up. Right? 1 hour is actually down. So the 1 hour probability flag is below us. right? Because we closed this hourly candle red, right? And in order to get that 1 hour probability flag up, we need to be above previous hour 50 and breach the previous hour open, which we will do in a couple of seconds. So 3 hours up, right? So we're anticipating that high, and 1 hour is down at this current state. 05 box develops, right? Breakout to the downside, right? We're rejecting the 5-10 basis points area because we're sucking right back into the range, rejecting previous hour 50, right? Footprint rejection is alerted because we breached the previous hour 50, but in order to do that, like we're going to confirm it in Q2 of this hour. We keep sucking back into the range, new 15-minute opens, and now we have a false 05 breakout, right? New 15-minute opens up over here, right? And we breached the previous hour opening price right here at 10:02. So we know that our probability flags flipped at that point too, right? So now we got an hour probability flag up here, and we've got a 3 hour probability flag up here, right? And now we know we have a false 05 break, and we're expecting upside movement, Q1 low, Q4 high. Right? It's the second hour, so we're anticipating we'll talk about the apex signatures as that time comes up, but we took out Q1's high, so we're expecting a Q1 low, Q4 high, our probability flag, 3 hour probability flags to get hit. And then we're going to be tracking our quarterly lows with this to tell if we get an apex signature or a doji alert. Bridge the 10 basis points off the 05 box. Our probability flags taken out. We know now this hour probability flag for the 11 o'clock is up high, and we're using quarters to track it. All right, new 15-minute opens up. Here is your Q2 low. So if we breach this, we're anticipating an apex and an hourly doji. So we're expecting 9, 10 to be up, and 11 to be down. And for the 10 o'clock to close near the opening price. Or to have a wick bigger than the body in one direction. If not both. Right? So we could not breach that Q2 low until right there. Right? Now we're looking at the signature of what it does. Right? Does it suck back into the range instantly? Nope. It goes down. Right, so now we're expecting an apex. We're alerted for an apex, and we're alerted for an hourly doji candle. There is your hourly doji candle. All right, your hour opens up. Previous hour 50 is right here. Previous hour opening price is right there. We know that our hourly probability flag is up. We have an alert, so we're going to pay attention to this 3 hour. To the upside, we have an apex alert. We have a lovely wick that high up, and we have a lovely wick below us. All right, so we're going to be paying attention to both. 11 o'clock opens up. Can't breach the previous hour open, so this hourly probability flag stays up. All right, we keep coming up. Start breaking out of the 05 box. Can we make it to 10 basis points in the first quarter? No, we cannot. All right, so this is one of those times where you're expecting a false 05, and you're expecting it to suck back into the range, and Q2 to take out this low. Because what do we have? We have an apex alert, one that just decided to retrace the whole wick. So there you go. You expect a Q1 high, Q4 low. Right? That brings your 3 hour probability flag down. That brings your hourly probability flags down. Right? Because you breached the previous hour opening too. Q1 high, Q4 low. Right? I know a lot of you guys got that. All right. Good trading if you did. All started from that signature of 05 box, can't even get 10 basis point in, footprint rejection, breach the previous hour 50, the opening price, shift in probabilities, Q1 high, Q4 low. All right. So now we're going to move on to the 12 o'clock. We know that this is a new 3-hour candle. We know within the first hour, we can have a 05 box. True. A perfect 3-hour line, which means the low, the high, the next 3 hours we post the first minute or the first 5 minutes for 05 box or a false break. And then the other line scenario will happen in the second hour with a footprint rejection. So let's see what price is giving us. Right now, where do my probability flags go? Your 3 hours down and your 1 hour is down. Right? They've been down since here. Let me draw it. There's your footprint right here. Also, right here was your signature that said give up the DNP. Right at this point, when you got this apex alert where Q3 took out Q2's low, that was your primary signature that expected range 1. If you didn't understand it in 9:30 open. There's my previous hour 50. My previous hour opening price. I know from here I'm in a C2 state until a higher low gets taken out. Probability flags are down low, right? Unless this is breached, and unless the previous hour 50 is breached as well. 05 box develops. Breakout to the upside, breaching 10 basis points in the Q1. Right, new 15-minute. Right, can't move the probability flags because probability flags are still down. Right, this hasn't been breached. Right, paying attention to the Q1 high, Q4 low. Right, Q2 took out. Okay, real quick, Q2 took out Q1's high. Couldn't get above previous hour 50. Probability flags were lower. Rejection off 10 basis points 05. Failure to continue to get momentum going up. Rejecting 25% level of the 930. Right? We're expecting a Q1 high, Q4 low, perfect line down. Right? Or no, not perfect line. 05, false 05 break down for the 3-hour line. Right, so we know that this 3-hour flag goes over to the left. This hourly flag goes to the left, down. You're going to be expecting 1,500 to be lower. You're going to be expecting 1,300 to be lower. Right, but we are in a range 1. So we're ultimately anticipating us just to spike back and forth this range. Right? New 15-minute, there's your previous 15-minute high, expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. New 15-minute, here's your previous 15-minute high. Right, if we bridge that, we're anticipating an hourly doji candle and the continuation of a range 1. And that's what we're going to get. All right. There's your hourly doji candle. Here's your open. Here's your close. All right, moving on. Hourly probability flag is still down. Your 3-hour is still down. Unless we open up and bridge this opening price, then it shifts up. Right? We know the opening price is what controls the probability flags from a 1-hour approach and a 3-hour approach. Right now, we're anticipating 3-hour line down. But if we bridge this opening price, we shift it. Right, and from a rolling apex, right, this would be considered hour 2 because we gave the signature right there. So you'd be expecting 11, 12, 1 to the upside. All right, and that's just the confirmation of it right there. Cody, are you in here? Ta-da! For all those that did not pay attention to the rolling 3-hour line in apex class. All right, there's your bridge to the open. So you're anticipating upside movement, and hourly probability flag went up. We're going to track it with quarters, right? And same with the 3 hour. 05 box breakout. Can it make it 10 basis points without sucking back into the range? Right. New 15-minute candle opens. We take out the low. So now we're expecting Q1 high, Q4 low. Right. Now from a regular 3 hour approach, right, this is where you get the ultimate apex signature. Right here, Q2 high in Q3 or Q4. And there you go. You got your apex alert. And your hour probability flag came through. Your 3 hour is still up. You're expecting 1500 to close higher. Right, there's your 3 hour opening price, the dotted line. New 15-minute structure. Here's your quarter 2 low, quarter 3 low. And you're just doing range 1 things, right? New hour opens up. Here's your previous hour 50. Here's your previous hour wick, right? Which is tiny. Where's my opening price? I always lose that opening price. Here's your previous hour opening price. All right, so you're expecting hour probabilities to keep going up. And 3 hour to keep going up. And there you go. There's your apex. All right, 05 breakout. Can you get below previous hour 50? Made it 10 basis points, but sucked back in the range instantly. So you're anticipating a false breakout. Inside 15-minute, right? So we know we're going to pay attention to the open, the mid of this, right? We're going to swipe one side like we did here, and if we're willing to take out the other one, number one, we don't have direction. Hour probabilities and 3 hour probabilities going up, right? So it doesn't make sense for us to attack the mid, but it can do it. It can come down, take out the highs, attack the mid with speed and velocity, take the lows, and then come back up, right? We just pay attention. We know we have a false 05 break brewing, so we're going to see. There you go. We know that more than likely this 15-minute inside bar is not going to be utilized because we couldn't even attack the mid in a false 05 break. Right? And hour and 3 hour probability flags were all to the upside. All right, there you go. What questions do you guys have? Pretty simple day. Pretty easy day. And even a day where you can flag line.
I'm back.
Enough false breakouts that told you the truth. So even though the daily profile had an anomaly day, it's only happened 5 days in the last 20 years, right? That's okay. It was
3.7% out of the past 4,600 days we've experienced.
That's pretty crazy.
3.7%.
So characteristics for Tuesday, and I'll pass it off to Austin. Right, 1,800. Right, we see that the median for the MAE is at 2,000. The mode's at 1,800. Like, you can't ignore the distribution mode and median from 4 to 6 o'clock. Right, so you're anticipating a higher low to be placed by 2,000, and then the other side of the 12-hour candle to come after 4 o'clock. From a 9 or a 06 to 1730, right? You can see there is some data for a shallow check mark. Go low, shallow, not make it to the MAE. It's just like this. I don't know why I'm not showing it. Right here, this is a shallow check mark. Can't make it to the median MAE, MFE distribution. Now, just knowing what you know about variance and shrinks, we did this last Tuesday. All right, it'd be pretty cool if somebody tracked how many times we do shallow MAE to MFE or check mark during the dominant time. So tomorrow I'll be thinking 9:30 to 10:30 reversal for sure. Right, same with here. Right, last Tuesday from 18 to 06. Right, we went into the median. So this Tuesday, do we do it at the 1800? Or do we do it? So median was last Tuesday. Today, I'm looking at the 1800 high or low, unless we do one of these random MAEs. Right, so good characteristic qualities on the 12-hour approach. We already did candle science, which we know. Right, higher probabilities to go higher. Right, so that's your daily re-engineering for the day. How many of you guys are part of the new boot camp coming up? Type in the chat. Hello, Austin.
Hello, hello.
How was your day?
Man, this is the day we always these are the days we freaking work for, right? These are the days we put in the hours, we back test, we obsess over, the days that we can just get exactly what we see and then work on other parts of your life. I think that's how my day was.
Exactly. That's how most of my days have been. Like after 10 o'clock, like I really don't have to trade anymore. It's very rare that I'm trading after 10 o'clock nowadays.
I think did you touch on New York too?
New York too. Just that it didn't go directional.
Yeah. Like, I mean, I can't repeat it enough, guys. Like this was not only was how we interacted with New York 1 so anomaly, again, 3.7%. But then I didn't even do the calculation for what the anomaly is of just going none for New York 2 is. Like genuinely, if you guys that are in the boot camp and the pack, if you guys have used this for a while now, we might have seen something that may not happen again for another 3-4 years. You know, like that's how insanely just rare these specific conditions. Like we went none for Asia, none for New York, and none for New York 2. I mean, that is crazy. So first and foremost, anybody watching this that is on the free side, if this was just a hard day to trade, or then even the people in the community, if this was difficult in some way, don't sit and feel like you have to obsess over these minority days to make your edge good, because you're adjusting for something that is so minute. But then the other side of the coin, I'm not sitting here trying to like brag about what Mick and I do as being, you know, like so good, but we fell to the level of our systems today, and we were able to extract net value from this market in a day that was so anomalistic, so crazy. We had a out of statistic high of day. We did an out of statistic Asia, New York 1, New York 2 movement within the time-based range. It was so strange. Yet, what was the systems? What was the things that we failed to the level of? Well, we know that going into 9:30, we know that going into market open, one thing we had going for us was we had this down here. We had an in statistic lower wick on the daily candle. And then when we failed to reach, obviously we had this ginormous, insane push. But then when we failed to even get below 9:30, that's system number 2. We are accepting above the RTH open, the opening bid for the rest of the day, where everybody can invest, put money into the market. We are accepting above that. And so then if this is that in-stat low a day, no matter how scary or weird these candles look in the pre-market and magic hour, we had an out-of-stat high of day. For those of you that are ICT, we had a draw on liquidity. We didn't get that draw on liquidity, right? We didn't get that new in-stat high of day. But what did we do? We understood that this is our overall target. Now, what statistics can we use to just pay ourselves even if we're wrong? And this right here is why I yell, I get animated, I get overly passionate sometimes, is because when Mick and I are right, we're right. And even when we're wrong, half the time, 75% of the time, we can still either make money or be at a net break even. And only of the minority of the times we're wrong is it just a business expense. And I think when you're able to quantify your edge and you're able to see these numbers, it does something to you when you do this every single day, that if I were just to do this by my eyes or by some sort of discretion, I could not do or have the peace of mind of doing. And so if I know that this out of statistic high of day is my draw in the higher time frame to continue pushing to the upside, well then how was I able to still make money being wrong about where this could be? And that's right here. We had a break above 930. We know that at the bare minimum, no matter what happens in the day, no matter who's in the office, what's going on, we know, and this is a piece of value that if anybody is in here, not even a part of the community, can take with you today. We know that when that 1 minute candle closes above or below this time-based range, which is just the 930 to 931 high and low, this produces a historic 0.1 to 0.3% MFE, max favorable excursion. And then if you want to see the current market, like, okay, cool story about your historical statistics, but what is the current market delivering? What is the current market doing? Well, the current market is giving us, from this cash flow area here, and I'll just use the top of it, 22 basis points of the higher strike rate portion, all the way to the median and average, 22 to 43 basis points. So the historical research that I've done on 930 produced a 10 to 30 basis point zone. And the current market condition, the current time period of the past 70 days, has produced 22 to 43 basis points of favorable price movement on that 930. So no matter if I'm wrong about this, if 930 was smaller and volatility was less, maybe my runner would have gotten stopped. But because I could have only, number one, I could only risk 2 micros here. And so now I have to effectively be accurate at where can I exit? Where can my exits be? So that way I'm still trying to be realistic with my targets, but not bottleneck my expectancy by saying, this looks scary, I'm just not trading. Because as traders, we have to get a certain level of comfortability even in times that looks a little scary, because you're going to have more of these. We're going to have more random weird days. We're going to have more days that we may have to negotiate around, or maybe even a week, maybe in a week and a half. And so when you have systems that you can fall to the level of, there's just, it's unexplainable. You can't put it into words. I can't sit and put it into a PDF of some kind. It's just, you get this level of confidence that you can execute every single day, no matter if you have a red day or a green day, that I know tomorrow I don't have to wake up in the morning stressed out wondering if I can replicate what I did today. And the same thing last week, and the same thing as the week before. It's the coolest thing in the world, and I just love sharing it with you guys. And this is really my re-engineering today, was I just wanted to highlight not so much the performance aspect of what we did. You guys can go and watch the recording of that. But I really want to hit it home with you all that this is why I get so passionate and animated around this. And I'm hard on people, and I just don't sugarcoat things, because to the people that are analytical, to the people that do, look and speak in the same wavelength as me of wanting that analytical process around charts, because not everybody is. My way of trading is not for everybody. But for the people that do relate and like quantifying and having objective numbers behind what they do, this right here, days like this, a day that is a 3.7% probability of occurrence, and I, Austin Clark, Arita, and Mickey up here, we were able to steal. Cody, shout to Cody, shout to Drez, Karl, we all, PTFX on YM, we all were still able, as a collective team, trading different ways, different systems, and different ways of risk management, we were able to collect money out of the market today. And I think that is the dopest thing in the world. So I'm going to leave it right there. That's
and
all
even
I got.
even if we made money, like last week, I lost money on the Monday stream. Like the thing that I always like to do, right, is like you can't neglect that there are in-stat and out-of-stat high-day, lows of days. And if you can, whether you're using distribution measurements, whether you use P12 sequencing, whether you use daily profile, whether you use open, high, low, close probabilities, right? Whatever you use, once you've identified that it's going to be a green daily candle, your job is to solve two problems. Is it going to be a big or a small green daily candle? And then, like, are we going to trend into the close, into settlement, or are we going to range into settlement and make the wick of the daily candle? Today, at 7:05, it told us all the information we needed to know. There was going to be a big daily candle that is green. So my job is to say, hey, pretty in-stat low day here with distribution saying I'm probably not coming back down here.
Well, and remember what we said too. If you take a price range tool, Mickey, from the high of the day, we would have had to go into limit down. Like I think isn't it 5% is limit down?
They moved it to 7 or something like that. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I thought it was 5 because we did like something last year and we moved down 5% and it paused for a few minutes. But whatever the case may be, we would have had to move 4 to 5% just to make a new low of day. And then you're just asking yourself, well, the two major statistical times would be 9:30 to power hour. And so if we can't get anywhere close to making that low a day at 9:30, you think we're going to move another 4 to 5% to get down there for power hour?
Exactly. So the biggest thing I wanted to bring up with that is, at this point, your job is to expect a new high. And then the only problem you've got to solve is, are you going to range into settlement, which we could confirm that at 11 o'clock today, that we're going to range into settlement and not trend into close price, right? So it's like turn on longs back to the 9:30, expect range, and that's it, right? Like, and if you get in the habits of doing these steps over and over and over again, every single day, in normal markets and anomaly markets, when volatility is expanding, when volatility is contracting, when news is coming out, when no news is coming out, right? Like, it makes the decision process and the management of risk and how to understand what systems you turn on and off and how much risk per trade you put on those systems, and do you shoot for extended TP? It makes the stuff that really fucking matters, other than saying, hey, I fucking bottom tick this, cool. Like, no, like, nobody gives a fuck about that. You should be worried about, how can I do the same thing every single day? So even on these anomaly days, you didn't see us flinch one bit, right? We followed the same process that we do every other day, right? I did decrease size of position because, number one, the size of the 9:30, and number two, volatility was expanding. That's in my rule books, right? So get in a system, build your trade system the way you need to identify the two problems you're trying to solve, right? Is it a green candle or a red daily candle? Is it big or is it small? Right? Like, and then everything else is just a byproduct of those two decision points. Let me see. I feel like.
Oh, did you do candle signs for Brown Stratke?
I did. I did that in the beginning. Just
okay,
make
cool.
When I forget. Yeah. So as of period, right? There's a 79% probability of taking out previous day high. Is your green red box reversal for the 70th, 50th, 30th percentile. A 13% probability for the low, unless we lose previous day mid and previous day opening price. That's weird. Sorry, I got distracted. And then same thing for the low of the week, high of the week, right? This week is a little bit tricky, right? Because we know that this Sunday has a high probable retracement on a Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, just like Tuesday has a high probable retracement on Wednesday. Like, right. So the thing is like, I have to pay attention to, is this the high of the week or the low of the week? Well, this Sunday price loves being returned to Wednesday, Friday, Thursday, et cetera, right? Like, so we're going to just use live price. We're not going to try to be shot caller ballers. And we're just going to read live price and sync it with our intraday actions. So if we do want to come back here, we're not just like, oh my gosh, how dare you? Right? But yeah, everything's easy. How many of you guys are in the new bootcamp class? What up?
I didn't even see this.
What?
But we officially took Q1 low of the year, of the fiscal year.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I didn't even notice that. That was today. We literally did that today.
Lovely.
All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear it here first. I will proudly say it, and I'll gladly be wrong. I hope I'm wrong for my long-term investments, but I have to stick to my system, and my system says, sounds crazy, but we took this low in Q1, and this is an 83% accuracy in the past since 2000. So from 2000 till today, in the past 26 years, 83% of the time we have respected the high or the low of the first quarter of the fiscal year, not yearly candles. So not January 2nd here, but fiscal year to fiscal year. So from October to next October, this coming October, this is Q1, October to December 31st. This is Q1 low, and today we swept it. So until we get back above the open, I have to now stick to my system, and my system says, and I will say this live so we can go back and reference it in probably 2 quarters from now. This is Q2 open. This is exactly what I did last year. I captured a pretty decent chunk of this yearly candle. I'm going to do it the same thing this year. And going into Q3 and Q4, I'm going to start waiting to see if we get a bullish monthly candle. And for those of you that I'm talking to right now, I'm not really talking day trading. I'm talking investments, because this is a really big deal for me. So going into April, I'm going to see, does April's Q1, so from April to April 10th, okay, that first week of April, do we take the Q1 highs of April? If we do, that's my buy signal to do my light position, to just start putting my toes in the water at getting into some sort of position here. And I'm not talking about MNQ, I'm talking about QQQ, and maybe this year I'll look at the 3-time leverage one. We'll see. Maybe I'll use the 3-time leverage for when we get if we dig deeper. But as of right now, it'll just be QQQs 3. And if we start forming a bearish monthly candle, so if going into the first week of the month of April, we take the lows going into week 2, I will be holding off. I'll be flat, won't be looking for anything, and I will be waiting until we either get signs of a bullish monthly candle, so same sequence for June, or a bullish 2 to 3 weeks. I want to see continuation of bullish movement off these weekly candles for me to then get my first position. But as of right now, we are seeing a potential mean reversion of a yearly statistic, because last year we failed this statistic. If you do the same thing I just showed you all right here, right now, and you take this time fib tool and you go from October 1st to October 2nd of this year, of last year, you'll see we disrespected this statistic. We took the Q1 low, then came back and took the Q1 high. This is not what we typically do. So when a statistic that produces a high probability fails, I'm seeing if live price is agreeing with the mean reversion. In this case, live price has now taken the Q1 low, and the only thing that's going to send me back to the bullish side at this very moment is now getting back above the Q2 open. So at this very moment, because we did that, I'm bearish and I'm waiting for a buy position in Q3 to Q4. I just now noticed that.
For me, it's quarterly pullback, and I'm going to follow NFP Friday. I definitely have seen the quarterly numbers.
What's the NFP Friday for? What's the most recent two? Do you got the date by, like, just off the top of your head?
The what?
The date, the Friday.
Yeah. So it is March 6th, and then February 6th. Weird. But for me, like, I definitely see that. Like, I'm always the fan of waiting to watch the rotation back up, right? Just because I can't think Q1 high, Q4 low on that index. And I've been wrong.
Worked, bro. 83%. It works.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And see, honestly,
yeah.
you and I are kind of on the same side here because right now we're both below. But if we get back above here, you're going to be just a little bit earlier than me.
But not, yeah, because previous month 50% is right at NFP Friday high. So you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But I definitely am looking at fiscal year open.
And like the Mickey and Austin fashion, that's right on brand. You're early and I'm late.
Well, I'm early, but I'll fumble it, and then I'll get on brand, and I won't fumble it. But yep, that's all I got.
All right, guys. Well, hope y'all got value from today. This was episode, what is this, Mickey, 6? Is this the 6th?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. We started the last week of January. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 or 6. I don't know because we had a holiday, so that threw me off. So yeah, it's like we'll call this episode 6. So episode 6 of PackTV. Hope y'all got some value. We got some really nice. Karl was holding it down for Magic Hour. We had Bowie looking for longs in the London sessions. I think Mickey said he took some longs here. I didn't get to watch Bowie this morning. We all got some really nice trades during the New York session. Power Hour, Gunship, or not Power Hour, but in the PM session, Gunship got to take a live trade in front of you guys. And that's that. So I hope y'all have a wonderful rest of your evenings. Pack Trade Group and Bootcamp. I'll see y'all bright and early tomorrow. We'll run it back doing the same dang thing we always do. Stay grinding on your freaking goals and never let anyone tell you that you can't do something they never done themselves. Let's run it back to the OG. I'll see y'all later. Bye, everybody.
One last thing.
Yep.
Can't wait to y'all cannot wait. Just happen next. All right, we can end it.
The only thing that can stop me, if you're doing this for the win.